Time for another short run Saturday, which means I'm gonna have to try to get through as many of these as I can before today is done. Now, that's mostly a race against myself because it'll be a race of will I get too tired before we get too far? But we're starting with, as you see on screen, Fire Striker. This is kind of a brick break game of sorts. It's a little bit weirder than that, but we'll get into exactly how it works here in a moment. I'll just give you the short rundown of the plot. More or less, there's an archmage who is dissatisfied with the fact that the world's at peace, and presumably wants to take over the world. I've only kind of half paid attention to what they were talking about. Yeah, see, plunged into darkness by Archmage Wild. Can't use regular weapons against the special monsters they got here. And we are one of the few people who can actually knock the trial light around. Because only certain weapons can actually manipulate the tri-light. We can't pick a striker yet, so we just have what we got. And this is how it works. You just bounce this ball around, and the ball is apparently powerful enough to destroy walls, enemies, everything. We also control the hooded figure we have down there as well, by using the shoulder buttons, which I may or may not have only just realized that that's a thing I could do, like, a minute before we started. Now, actually having control of the orb is a little tricky. It's a little more fiddly than I would like it to be. I seem to only be able to send it either up or to the side. I can't really angle it in any way that I've been able to find so far, which makes getting at corners like where those plants are kind of tricky. You almost have to let the ball bounce as it sees fit. Which, for someone who's supposed to be able to control this thing, not really as good as you might think. Especially when it doesn't actually make contact. Now, apparently this game is, like, beatable in, like, an hour and a half. We'll see how well that actually works out for us. Based on how quickly I got through this stage in testing, I'm willing to believe it, but it depends on if other stages become problematic, which I'll give you 3 guesses about whether that's going to be the case. Because I seem to recall we did this during one of the sampler days, or it was a shuffler day, I don't remember which, since they're technically those are the same thing, if you think about it. Okay, there it goes. Twitch is being weird again. I don't know what they did, but I swear they broke the dashboard lately. Did not mean to use a power hit, but, well, here we are. Yeah, the way you can make some of these stages way quicker is just by charging forward and just bullying the ball forward. Those power-ups I'm picking up allow me to do that red shot you saw me do accidentally that just pounded it through all the blocks, because it gives it piercing. As you can see down there at the bottom, we can only carry 3 of those at a time. So you don't really want to hoard them, but you do want to hang on to them for when you actually need them, I presume, since they carry over between sections. I don't know if they carry over between stages yet. We'll figure that out. Okay, that's another health. Obviously, you see our health bar down there in the form of the 6 hearts. If you touch a monster, it hurts you, as you might imagine. There we go. And I believe if your ball goes down the hole, it will also hurt you? I'm not sure about that part, because I've not let the barrier down there break enough for me to drain a ball yet. And I don't really intend on having that happen if I can help it. Just get me out of here. Nope, that's not where that's supposed to be going. You come back here now. Fine, we'll go up this side. as you might imagine, I cannot walk through those bricks, nor can I break those. I would presume in two-player, the second player would probably be controlling our robed companion there, who can also hit the ball, so I don't really know why we need the armored boy here, but, you know, prophecies and everything like that, probably. Nope. Get back here. Give ball. That'll work. Not quite what I had in mind, but it worked. Let's position you here. Teamwork purposes. Perfect. And there we go. We're out of here. I don't know if I wanted that item that was to the side, but we got through. We can't go up, so I guess we're going to the temple-looking place here. Still may not choose a striker yet. Oh, I'm assuming that those bits on the sides are going to be where we drain the ball if we're not careful. So I can't actually use the companion as a safety net entirely until I break those blocks. There we go. This way they can cover that side so I don't really have to worry about it. Because they'll always be able to knock the ball back. Now, you'll notice directly attacking things doesn't do anything. Hitting them with our sword is actually completely useless in this world. Because magic. So I can't just go full aggro and just go stab my problems. I want what's in those boxes. I don't actually know if I want what's in those boxes, but it's stuff in boxes. Why wouldn't I want it? Right? Right. As you can see, it does need a little bit of momentum to it to actually do anything. And I botched. Well, now it was a power-up and a health, so it didn't matter. I do appreciate that they show you what was in the boxes. You also can't move forward while you're holding the ball. In case anybody gets any clever ideas about, like, walking up and just jamming the ball into where you want it to go. That's not really gonna work here. Missed completely. That's fine. We have spares. That's what I wanted, was just to delete those slimes while they were trapped in there. Big heart. I'm assuming the big hearts probably give you, like, full health. Or multiple hearts worth of health. One of the two. I mean, if they just are gonna give me all these power-ups, I'm obviously gonna use them, right? I have no reason not to. Oh, we have to hit the door repeatedly for this part, right. I'm trying to get it trapped in there with me, but it keeps not quite lining up. I feel like I had a much easier time moving and manipulating the ball when we did this before. I feel like something may be slightly squirrely with my setup here. Which, this was a game that you would only have had the D-pad for, so I don't feel like I've got anything I'm not supposed to have here. Since that's all I'm using is buttons and D-pad at the moment. Oh, and the shoulder buttons, but those are buttons, so it kind of counts the same way if you think about it. So thinking about it, we were running it through BizHawk last time. I wonder if that would make a difference. I doubt it, because usually SNES 9X works a little bit better overall for me. I don't know, though. There we go. Oh, we got our first boss fight. This two-headed tiger thing. Okay, you're the Fire Striker of Wind. Wait, really? Oh, okay. There we go. That's an attack, I guess? Or is that, like, their damage reaction? I don't really know which. Center you up as you'll catch more of the shots easier that way. Is it turning red as a hit response, or is that turning red as a, hey, this is when you hit him? Okay, he's flashing there. Okay, yeah, I think that is the hit response, is the explosion thing. And I don't seem to hit directly from below, necessarily, either. Oh, no, that time it worked. How many times do I have to hit you is an infinitely better question, I think. There we go. Use a power shot, and that'll hopefully do more damage. But we are getting chipped to death here. So if I'm not careful, we are going to lose this fight. It's going to be annoying. Oh, wait, there is a health bar. It's just underneath everything else and slightly smaller than one would expect a boss health bar to be. With everything else I have to keep track of here. Got him. Now he explodes correctly and dies. Monster of the Wind is defeated. We now have removed the Seal of Wind, and the life box appears. Right. So that place has been purified, I guess. I can go down to the town, over to the castle, over to the ice. I feel like going to the town seems like a good idea. We may not choose a striker yet. Okay. For some reason I thought we got a striker there. Because they mentioned Striker of Wind, but what do I know? I was only kind of half reading, if I'm honest, so I probably just didn't read the part I needed to read. You note that my health carried over from the previous part, so, that's a thing. And I don't know if this game has multiple lives or continues or anything. I'm assuming the rest stars there are my lives. Logic denotes and all that. I don't know if I need to destroy both the hands and the head, or just the head. Again, logic would denote the head is the only target that matters. Because without a head, what are the hands gonna do? The hands are really annoying, so I'm kind of down with the idea of getting rid of the hands. Because this one particular hand that's left was just hassling me the whole time. Okay, looks like that gem we picked up was 1/4 of something as well. So maybe I need to get all 4 quarters to get something? There we go. The key opens the door and then we go to the next part. Are those rocks or eggs? I presume rocks. Yep, they are definitely rocks. Definitely just really annoying rocks. Oh, nope, they are eggs. Because out came a bug. Unless the bugs are just under the rocks, which would also make sense. Yeah, I guess you could also call this kind of like a pinball RPG, since the extra character we have kind of acts as your flippers down at the bottom. And running around up here, you just kind of act as the other flippers for the table. Now I'm just picturing what a multi-ball in something like this would be, and I'm terrified. Because imagine if the multi-ball cost you health and lives with every ball in the multi-ball, and you will immediately understand why I suddenly became very worried. Let's just grab the key and leave. Oh, no, I can't see where I'm going. There we go. Because the camera tracks the ball, not you. Oh, that was the whole level, I guess. Huh. Okay. So we got a cave, a blue temple, a Which I'm assuming the 4 temples are what I need to do to win the game. Considering the big crystal there, I assume I need the 4 creatures' crystal pieces to get through that big crystal up there in order to go face the Archmage. Well, not a lot has happened yet there, Kelties, but an Archmage wants to take over the world / destroy the world. We have to use an orb to fight the monsters he created. And, there you go. We've already defeated one of them, which was the Beast of Wind that was here. And then we beat up a Medusa thing that was stuck in the ground in this town. And that brings you up to pace. That's basically all that's happened so far. Oh, wait, the rock that was over here is out of the way now. We can go in the cave. Still may not choose a striker yet. I mean, depends on if they're actually aiming to destroy the world rather than rule the world. Not really clear on that one. Was only partially paying attention when the whole initial ramble happened, since we're here to go fast, not to deal with plot. Not sure what that star did. Probably was an extra life, but we weren't missing any yet. Getting real close to missing a life at this rate, though. I didn't need that power up, but it's fine. Every time you see me just kind of stop and stand still, that's it not listening well enough to me telling him to move. Because every now and then, if I hit, like, diagonals and such, it's being a little finicky. Which I have diagonal input active, so I know diagonal inputs work. Just perhaps they're a little jinky in this game. There we go. That's out of that bit. Oh, I don't know if I should be worried about these holes or not. Nope, the ball goes over the holes. I probably would just fall into the holes if I walked over them, probably. No, I just opened the box with my face and got a heart container. Well, that's one way to do it. We could go through the castle to go to the red temple, or we could just go straight to the blue temple right now. But I feel like going to this other cave is probably a better idea first. Because if it's like the cave we just did, it'll probably give me another heart container. And all the heart containers we can get would be nice. I would also like to get another striker, but one problem at a time. The rock gate will not open without Garum. Okay, we can't go that way without Garum, who I presume is the Earth Striker, probably. Now, admittedly, I don't remember where Garum is. I feel like we picked up Garum when I did the test of this before. But I don't remember where that is. I feel like I went running off this way when we tested this. So I remember ice. Okay, you guard over there. Oh yeah, I also remember the flying mouths. Yeah, that sure is something. We can't leave until these things are dead. Oh, I can aim downward. Interesting. You would think that would be a very bad decision under normal circumstances. Oh, those are spawners. Okay, that's why they're there. Okay. Now it all makes sense. God damn you. This ball is so squirrely. You would think this being flat ground that this ball wouldn't move this way. But because of the way this world works, this is what we're stuck with here. Also, I can definitely destroy power-ups as you saw there. You know what, you just do what you're doing. This is fine. Move you over there to guard that spot, since we now have a gap to actually potentially worry about. You can't see them on screen, but as you see now, I had moved our companion over to protect our weak point there. Not that they're doing the best job, but it's fine. It's better than me having to run down here every time the ball even starts to think about heading down there. There we go. Managed to get the ball caught on him. See, I thought the box was going to go immediately flying to the right. That's why I moved over so far and hit the orb that way. Oh, it was just for a power shot orb anyway, huh? Oh, and power shots can only go up, apparently, because I definitely was holding to the right when I fired that one, anticipating obliterating that bat. And, it didn't really work out that way. That's a good shot. I can live with that. Trying to get rid of the spawner. This would definitely be way easier in two-player because of the fact that I wouldn't have to be manipulating two characters at once, but it's certainly an interesting idea so you don't have an actual disadvantage entirely by being a single player. Because otherwise you would genuinely just have a flat debuff by being one person because you wouldn't have somebody to guard down here. There we go. So the orbs over there didn't matter. So we've got a head over there and another temple. Let's go to the head, I guess. Okay, just a room full of slimes of two separate colors. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, they just die, so I don't have to, like, hit them into each other or anything. I thought this was gonna be, like, a weird positive-negative situation where I was actually gonna have to, like, knock red into blue to have them destroy each other. Because this kind of feels side area-ish, so I was thinking maybe this would be, like, an extra thing. Oh, I guess I only needed to defeat the red ones? I don't know. You want me to be real? I haven't the slightest idea why any of that happened. The way these things bounce around is terrifying. Considering there is contact damage for most of these things. So it seems like the scorpions might not do contact damage? Or maybe they just don't when they're getting hit around? I don't know. I'm just glad they can't just break the blocks down there. Okay, yeah, falling in the hole is a thing. Kind of figured, but I wasn't sure if it was going to cost me a life or just a heart, so I figured now was as good a time as any to find out. There we go. Got one. Had to land on him. The good news is our companion's invincible, so we can actually manipulate that a bit as well. So if I've got an awkward shot to make, but I can make it from the bottom, I could always just use our companion for it. Ah! The Earth monster Zamza has been beaten. Garum, Striker of Earth, is free. Now we have Garum. So now we can go down into that cave down here. I have no idea if I'm going in a sensible order in the slightest here. Go big golem. Oh, he is so slow. But he's strong enough to push rock. We push wheel. Yeah, it's gonna be even more important to use our companion to guard then, because, man, we're slow. Slow but powerful. Back ball. Ball is life. Glad I have them standing specifically where the hole ended up opening. Interesting how that happened with them standing there, but you know, nobody ever said they were good at their job, only that they had a job. That didn't work. And I'm getting hemmed in by the monsters. I'm gonna get beaten by slimes. 'Cause I'm so slow. And I keep losing control of the orb. You're kidding me that none of that made contact. Oh boy. I see. Just trying to get these slimes off my tail now. Die! Wow, that has so much drop on it. It keeps getting me every time, just how far that drops. Except when you don't want it to. Right over his head. Just getting all these slimes off my back. I should have just power shot there, but I wanted to try to clear the slimes. I keep thinking they'll interfere, even though a power shot would just punch right through them, too. Almost put that slime right into my own face. There we go. Man, it's so much more difficult when you're this slow. Holy hell. I really don't know if there's actually an advantage to being Garum or not. It really doesn't feel like there is, other than obviously the requirement of breaking blocks. Yeah, no matter how many slimes I'm getting rid of, they keep splitting, so it doesn't matter. Or was there just always another one under that one? Okay, we finally got rid of all of them, so now I can actually focus. There we go. Oh, I can't go in there. I have to break these blocks to be able to get up there. You know, when the ball eventually comes down from up here, anyway. There we go. Ball can go through, but I cannot. Well, just whiffed that power shot completely, but that's okay. Yes, 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 yes. Not quite where I wanted that to go. Oh, I still can't go through here, huh? I can go through over here, though. Oh, that box had a bat in it. Hooray! Greatest prize ever. Enemy that kills me because I can't fit through one block spaces. You failed miserably. Love that. Just love being told I failed miserably. That's great. That's right up there with the games that will just straight up tell you you suck when you lose. I don't know why it needed specifically that spot opened in order for that to come out. But that's what happened. One of these boxes has the key we need in it. Unless it's in the spawner, which is kind of why I'm trying to hit the spawner. Obviously not succeeding, but I'm trying. There's an extra life. There we go. So it's as if nothing bad happened now. Garum, you are kind of the worst. I'm glad I'm getting this out of the way now. This is when we find out, like, Garum's the speedrun character or something for some weird, nonsensical reason. There's the key. It's like, maybe he's a good boss killer or something. Why are we here? Aside from just to suffer, because holy hell, these boulders are just destroying me? Wow, even a power shot's not taking these boulders out straight away, so they must be counting as a boss. Even if they don't have a boss health bar. There we go. Oh, that... Now, timeout. Timeout. That was the water monster? 4 boulders was a water monster? I just need to process that for a second, but we got Loa the water striker, I guess. So I'm glad I went that way, because we now have 2 strikers instead of just 1. Speaking of, since we have the water striker, we can probably go in here. That would make sense. Phone, please stop being a pain. I just want to make this notification not be there. Okay. Sure. You cannot breathe underwater without Loa. What do you know? I was right. It's almost like that just made sense. And thankfully, Loa is not as slow. But the ball's stuck in there, so that's not really what I would like. Oh, there we go. It's not stuck anymore. Ball's stuck. Okay, those do eventually die. I was starting to wonder. It'd be kind of nice if they had different power shots. But they seem to all have the same shots. Which is kind of a shame. Do I have to hit this thing in the head? Is that the thing? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing here? Or is it just keep hitting it? Is it making noise when I'm hitting it in the sides? But that doesn't mean it's working. That just means it's making noise. That's not a guarantee of anything. Is it just making more noise when I hit it in the head? Really wishing I hadn't burned all my power shots right about now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm betting a power shot would take care of this problem way faster. Am I even supposed to kill this thing? Or is this thing just meant to be in my way? It's shooting at me like the scorpions were, so I'm kind of figuring it's supposed to die, but I'm questioning my life choices right now. Yeah, because there is a gate up there. That's what I was trying to send the ball up to look at. If this thing is supposed to die, it takes an asinine amount of hits. I get the distinct feeling it's probably indestructible. Yes, we failed miserably again. So is there a key, or am I supposed to just, like, hit the gate? Oh, I just moved the gate out of the way. Well... Here, you go play with the crabs. We'll just let the ball do its thing up there. Do classic breakout strats of just get the ball stuck somewhere so it causes havoc. Just let the ball do its thing. Because they'll hit it around on their own. One crab's stuck, so I think we could just leave him there. He's not really hurting anybody anymore. He lives there now. No. Oh no, he didn't get freed by that. There we go, that freed him. So I was thinking for a moment, and I'm pretty confident I probably have to kill them. Yeah, because they are destroyable, so presumably... they are required to clear the stage. Or I'm just letting my predilection towards violence lead my mind here. One or the other. Could be either. Could be both. Oh yeah, that's an openable gate. Never mind. I don't need to kill. I'm going to anyway. I don't need to. It is very funny when you just get stuck, get the ball stuck in there like that and just slam these gates open. And we're done. Came out of that with full health. Now for the boss. Called Intel for some reason. Okay, so you're the monster of water. See, that makes a little bit more sense. Though we've already defeated the water or monster, technically, because apparently the thing in the cave was also the water monster. Yeah, this isn't annoying at all, or anything. Not in the slightest. This guy really has a lot of health. Like, the other one had, what, like 6 hits? This one's got 10? Okay, and that headbutt is a damaging attack. We actually lost 2 hearts to that. And we're dead. Because I didn't see his shot because he can end up right next to you when he shoots, so you just have nothing you can do about that. Right side, we have most of our health this time. And I think I've got a clever idea. Because what we can do is actually just use our companion to attack instead of our own body. Except trying to manipulate our companion is actually leaving me in just as much danger as doing it myself. It's really hard to dodge when I'm watching a different character other than myself. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep them over there so that they'll hopefully be able to hit the orb at them when they're on that side. Which is not working in the slightest, I might add. Okay, the multi-swing there was kind of a dick move. We're also already almost dead. I need to get way better at, like, bank shots or something to be able to fight this thing. I really hope there's a continue state, and we don't have to, like, restart the whole game if I run out of lives here, because, guess what we're about to do here in a second? I'll give you a hint, it's just run out of lives. If I have to redo the whole area, that's okay. I'd rather not have to do that, but I suspect that that's gonna be the likely candidate here. Because every time he takes a hit, he seems to do that head thrust. Yeah, because he tracks you with his head and then he hits you with the head thrust. Now, is Zero a life? Yes, Zero is a life. Okay, so we have one more try. Problem is, I don't really want to try to fight him in the middle. His shots come out, like, instantaneously without any real warning about where the shots are gonna be. So you kind of need some space away from his head in order to be able to avoid that. But, like, how do you move fast enough to avoid the head strike is the thing that I'm trying to figure out here. Like, you have to be kind of just running side to side already before he starts to do the head strike, or you're just SOL. So trying to keep the ball in play while also avoiding that really doesn't seem like it's a move you can make here. Thankfully, he can kind of keep the ball in play himself and just, like, wall ball himself to death. Problem is, we lose so much health so easily. Look at this. We lost all of our health already. This is kind of stupid. The other boss was kind of a joke. This guy's a pain in my ass. Yeah, I ran out of room to move. I should have just turned around, but I expected him to hit me as soon as I turned around. Okay, we have 5 credits. That's fine. Where does this put me? Back on the map. Okay, let's come back to that idea in a minute. So do I need a specific striker for this one? Let's assume we don't. We're not getting told immediately that we need something. Oh, we need the big guy to push that rock, though, I think. So this would be the temple where big guy's required. Can I leave? Probably need to actually, like, break down through here. Okay, that is a life loss. That's what I was afraid of. But we're still here. So, like, can I walk out when I break through there? I'm not sure. Because you've never been able to walk places before. But then again, if you needed a specific striker, it auto-kicked me out the last time we needed one. That's like the same rock we needed Garu for, so I'm not sure. And this layout is so awkward that it... Okay, there we go. I just had to make contact with the rock for it to tell me no. So I have to do this dungeon with Big Slow Boy. Great. This isn't gonna cost me all of my lives again or anything, no. Not at all. But I presume there's gonna be, like, 1 dungeon per striker. So, like, each of the temples requires that area's striker. Which would just make sense. Like, it'd be silly otherwise, right? That's not where I wanted that. I wish I could make, like, small adjustments, but I just can't. It just either is straight up or straight to the side. You don't really have too much in between here. Like, it's either that or you just hope that it bounces the way you want it to. Which is also, as you might imagine, not ideal. Because there doesn't seem to be rhyme or reason to whether it bounces left or right off of a wall. You would think it's based on how you hit it, but it's actually seeming like it isn't. Now, I could be wrong about that. But, like, you hit that block there and just spun off, which I'm assuming it's because I hit the corner. But then why would it bounce back the other way that time when it's equivalent? I could have moved the companion, but I feel like it wasn't gonna matter. I've also realized something that upsets me greatly. We appear to be missing our health extensions when we continued. So I think I have to go get them again. So, you know, that's a game design decision, I guess. Because, you know, having to redo the stage entirely isn't punishment enough for continuing. Let's make you lose all of your power-ups as well. Really was thinking this was a good game till some of these things we've learned. Now I'm starting to question. It's like there's reasonable punishment for failure, and then there's, hey, we're just gonna make this waste your time. Is really all taking away my health containers does, aside from the situation we're in right now where it's actually gonna be a problem because I didn't realize it till too late, is it's gonna mean I have to walk back to the place where it is, go get it again, and just repeat content. Which, sure, you could treat it as a, well, this makes sure you don't do it again. It's like, well, that's wishful thinking, really, I would say. This is not like I voluntarily got into this position in the first place. There we go. Thanks, I hate it. It's also kind of a shame that there seems to not be more music at all. Which I don't feel like I realized that when I had played this before. I think I may have just not even acknowledged that. Okay, so the only thing up there's a snowman, but the snowman probably has a power-up in it. But this stupid spike ball is in literally the perfect position to make this take longer than it needs to. Okay, it was an extra life. That was worth it. Now, where else do I break through here is the better question. There we go. Because maybe it's my eyes playing tricks on me, but most of these blocks, other than the cracked ones, all look the same. But some of them you can break through and some of them you can't, as demonstrated here. So you just have to kind of smack the ball around and hope for the best. Obviously, the cracked ones are meant to lead you in the right direction, but I feel like just making them even like a slightly different shade of blue would have helped immensely for clarity there. But that one I would say gets into nitpick territory. That one I'll acknowledge isn't really a big deal. The wasting your time with the health container and recollecting, that's a bigger problem. Okay, good, he died. And having a little more ball control would be lovely. And maybe there's something I just don't know. Like that, I'm willing to accept that there may be like some nuance here that I don't understand. But but I doubt that. But here, let's take a quick look. Let's look up the manual. Something I should have done before now, but we're doing it now. Okay, yeah, and the multi-mode is, like, straight up playing soccer multiplayer, by the way. So the control pad is supposed to control the direction of the tri-light, but I've got bad news for you about that. We're already working it as well as we seem to be able to. Yeah, it looks like we know everything already. Okay, yeah, the sorcerer's immune to all damage in one player mode, but in two player he would be vulnerable to damage. And then you give half your health to the other player if they run out of health, and you clear the stage. Interesting. But yeah, well, there's nothing particularly helpful in the manual, at least. Let me double check to make sure diagonal inputs are actually working correctly. Yeah, no, diagonal inputs are in. Let me try. That's clearly not what I told you to do. Why? Why are you like this? Okay, never mind. I won't try to fucking switch to the stick. It was convinced I was pressing left every time I was moving the stick up. So that's probably why back when I was using the stick for this, not for this game, but for this setup before, that's probably why it was having all kinds of issues, is the stick's reading incorrectly. So I probably need to recalibrate this controller at some point. Which obviously I'm not going to do right now, because everything else is working fine, just the stick is apparently a little bit stupid, or the emulator's a little bit stupid. Or both. Could be both. Highly likely that it's both, actually, thinking about it more. The inconsistent momentum this ball has is also something. See, I picked this because I figured, oh, this will be interesting and it won't be too difficult, because I remember not having much trouble with this when we had played the sample bit of it we had played. Clearly all the difficulty was after where I had stopped playing this before. Which that much makes sense. Difficulty all being later in the game is fairly typical. They start off easy to lure you in, and then, haha, murder. God damn. This would be so much less of a problem if this guy wasn't the slowest thing on two legs. Look here, have the slowest character and then have awkward little side bits to push the ball into. Those are two things that go together great, right? Because by the time I even get close to where the ball's going to be, it's already long gone. Or at the very least, it's nowhere near the angle I need it to be in order to hit where I need it to go. You have to manipulate it with the sorcerer. Otherwise, you're just not getting anywhere. over here. That's what I was hoping for. Because we're gonna need all the health we can get. Don't need two big healths, though, because we don't have that much health capacity. Oh, I need that heal now. I don't know what they expect you to do about these spike balls. Like, the only play is to get ahead of them, but you then have to get this guy, the ball, and the spike ball all cooperating, which is way more moving parts than seems like a good idea with a character this slow. Is either that or you just tank the hit, and that's not really great. What the fuck is with this thing? Why can't it just build momentum when it feels like it sometimes? Because it should not have gained speed there. It should have slowed down. But no, it just sped up because pissing me off is its favorite thing. No, stay down there. Of course, it's just gonna get pushed right out of there. There we go. Get me out of this stupid room. Problem is, this is probably boss, yeah. Okay, so it's just a wall. Feel free to be amazed at how stubborn I am to have gotten through this stupid place. Interesting that he doesn't even have a name. The other ones all had names. This one just doesn't even dignify our conversation with having a name. Just like, no, I am Earth Monster. Okay, that fire trails me. You're throwing a lot of fire for being the Earth Monster, by the by. Okay, you drop rocks when you're damaged. Okay, sure. Sure thing, bud. Why did it have to bounce left? Why? Answer? Because that would be the only direction that it could bounce that wouldn't be helpful. Therefore, that's the correct answer. At least this fight gives health, though. I'll give it that. Not that you can get it, because half the time it's going to be in an awful position, and this guy is too slow to take advantage of, like, anything, but credit where credit's due. At least they did think of that. Not that, like I said, you can get to it. Oh, this one didn't fall. Doesn't matter, though. It's right where the fire is going to be going. And we're dead, because this guy just can't move worth a damn. It's like, I was holding hard right there to try to avoid that, and he just decided, nah, I want to stand here and take the hit. That seems like a better idea than following the directions of the person who's trying to keep me alive. Oh, and the fire can, of course, knock away the ball. Like, I feel like the eye probably would be more reasonable if it stayed open just, like, slightly longer. Like, you really have, like, very, very little time to do anything here. Because, again, the fire tracks you, so you don't really have, like, time to set up something and then move out of the way. And let's not forget that the orb hitbox is smaller than the orb itself. Because, you know, that's helpful. Why does he also have a fake out that he does? Like, I feel like this starts to add up to being completely unnecessary after a bit. That is definitely not the direction I indicated, game. And that health pickup just went through me? Okay. Why? Also, am I imagining it, or are there occasionally health pickups just like in the sky in the background that don't actually exist? What is happening up there at the top of the screen occasionally? I don't know if anybody else is seeing that. Oh look, he just didn't turn his eye red that time. Him again. Hooray. Like, is his eye turning red just, like, independent of his actual attack? What's going on when those aren't synced up? I don't understand. Now there's so many holes to worry about. Like, I know there's only 2, but that shot just went wide. Okay. Is he just doing that now? Is that just a thing he does? Where he's just stupid? Oh no, he's attacking me now. Okay. Every time I think I understand what's happening here, it does something stupid and I don't understand. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Got him. That was still more reasonable than the long neck fight. Oh yeah, Moro, that was his name. He did give his name. Thank you, Mori the Gremlin. Welcome in. How you doing today? Go ahead and get our health extension and our crystal. Oh wait, yeah. I just realized, if we got a health extension from the boss fights as well... Oh yeah, and I can't go back in that cave either. I can go back in here. So I can get this health extension back, potentially, but I can't get the other health extensions back. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Don't like that. Sounds good, sounds good. Slime is a menace. I cannot get away from him long enough to line up a shot. There we go. Great, just push the ball up the ramp here. Just get us out of this room. There we go. Now you stay in front of the danger spot here, and I'll go push ball. That is... I hate how it being under you just half the time makes it not count. It's so frustrating, because I tried to power shot it up out of there, and it's just like, no, you weren't quite there, though. You were off by like a pixel, so no, you get nothing. There we go, now I've cleared enough space that I can actually kind of work with this a bit. Why are you like this? See, that time from underneath me I caught it, but... I don't know why I'm trying to make sense of this. It's not gonna make sense no matter how I look at it. Really am hoping that we actually get the health extension again going through here, otherwise this is going to be a complete waste of everyone's time. So I suppose there's that. At least I get an extra life in here. Oh wait, was this a health No, this was where we got Loa, wasn't it? So actually I'm wasting my time coming in here. Where was the other health extension? So we got a health extension in the top right cave, which we can't go back into. And then we got a health extension somewhere else. Was it the town? So I thought the town just got me access to the lower section. But especially if we're gonna go back into the water area, I kind of need all my health extensions if I can get them. Really such a big move that they take away your health extensions when you have to use a continue. Especially now that we're realizing we can't get them back. It's just like, okay, but why even have a continue system if you're just gonna have the player be in an awful position if they continue? Like, that just doesn't make sense. It's like, at that point, you may as well just make it a one continue game. Now my phone's pissing me off because it made a notification pop up right under my finger as I'm trying to get rid of a different one. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? I'm trying to keep track of things so I know what's going on. Hang on. This is actually important. Okay. Somewhat important. It is something else I was possibly gonna have to jump off for later. Is not actually happening now. So, technically that is important. But me jumping off for that was conditional upon how I felt anyway, so... Oh my god, the rocks are just so much worse this time. We had no problem damage-wise last time, and now they're just standing on my head because I can't go anywhere with this stupid... useless pile of rocks we call a character here. Oh, great. I'm so glad it just clipped through me to go through the floor there. Oh yeah, let's not forget the fact they don't give you full health when you come back to life, either. They give you default health and not the extended health you get. Which, again, makes me wonder what the point of getting health extensions, then, is. Just so many odd decisions in this that I don't fully understand. And we can't even say, like, oh yeah, it's a Super Nintendo limitation. It's like, well, no, his other games keep their health extensions just fine. So that's not true. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, I did not want to be this idiot. I thought it was gonna default me to the regular striker again. Oh, never mind. Guess we're gonna just suffer. Like, at least we don't only have 3 hearts, but we may as well have 3 hearts, considering there's not really that much in the way of iframes in this game either. It's just unnecessarily punishing. Why do these not... These block me moving, but they don't block the ball moving. Why? Why is this the way it is? Nothing about what any of this is making sense. There we go. Get me out of there. Ah, land sharks, yes. That's what you look for in lava areas, right? Land sharks. Huh. Okay. You know what? Somehow that makes more sense than half the things we've been dealing with in this game. Yeah, we're just gonna let this happen. This is fine. Not quite what I intended, considering now I'm defenseless. I see what they were trying to do. They were trying to crowd the ball down the hole on me. And that's why I didn't follow the ball up, by the way, is this guy's 2 blocks wide for... admittedly, more sensible reasons than most other things in this game. Because he's a wide boy. That part, at least I accept. I feel like these characters having more individual advantages would make this much more interesting. Because they don't seem to have noticeable advantages other than some are faster than others, and some have abilities that are required to go certain places. Like, even just having, like, variable amounts of ball control would actually be interesting. Even if it would make a character like this even more frustrating if he also had bad ball control, for example. Which, being a big old golem, kind of makes some sense. He doesn't exactly exude finesse. I have no idea why it bounced that way. This spider is in the worst spots constantly. Go away! There we go. Finally managed to land the hit I needed. Okay, I can't follow the ball into that whole left-hand side or right-hand side because of all these spikes. I can go up here and that's about it. Not where I meant to send that, but you know what? That's okay. That works. This is definitely one of those times where I'm wishing I had diagonal control. Because diagonal control would make rooms like this way more reasonable to deal with. Because it basically is no longer random whether you can hit that guy. So thankfully, with enough blocks broke, you can actually go into these rooms. Why? Why are you over there now? Why is it always bouncing that way? Why? Like, I understand angles, and let me tell you, this game ain't using them. That's not where I wanted that to go at all. It is very hard to throw a shot vertically, though, when you're up against that wall, because you have no time. Like, this wall is a little easier to work with, but even then, it's a little bit of a crapshoot. There we go. Because that's clearly what you're intended to do in this room, is use the power shots they give you there to just shred the whole line in one go. But more than likely, you're also probably not necessarily expected to be big McSlowman here. You probably are supposed to be the regular striker for this area here, since this is one of the ones you can access before you get any of the other strikers. Which I'm hoping means that the boss of the section over here might actually be a bit easier. And then we do the water one last, I guess. Since he is just a complete pain in my ass. That'll work. Laws of physics be damned. Also, all their little spawners are solid, so I can't even walk through the remains of them or anything. But once again, not solid to the ball. Ball don't care. There we go. Get me out of here. Okay, that was just the whole stage there. Okay. Presumably our other striker is going to be in here since the temple is over there, and we'll need the striker for the temple. Let's not be slowest man on the planet this time. Notice how much easier it is to do things when I can actually move. I'm willing to bet the wild nonsense that is retro achievements probably involves like beating the game only with the Earth guy aside from where it's required to be someone else. Just because retro achievements are usually designed to make you suffer. Come on. Come on. Not where that was supposed to go. I also wonder if you can actually get more than 3 power slots at some point. Because the UI makes it look like there's room for it. Huh, I kind of expected this thing to be like crawling around and be like a whole gotta hit it in the head centipede. It actually got me with that one where it just actually is just a stationary weird bug thing. Huh. That didn't kill any of them, huh? That's a shame. There we go, that worked according to plan. Should have power shot that, admittedly. Yes, get in the corner. Why? Does the sorcerer just, like, always throw it to the right? I feel like they've thrown it left before, but maybe I'm making this up. No? Just seems like it really consistently... Huh? So he's defeated even though there was like 4 sections of him left alive? Nothing about this game makes sense. But anyway, we have all the strikers now. And based on character order, we might genuinely have been expected to go here first. Oh my god, they're so fast. This is almost too fast, especially after being the slow guy. I don't even know why I'm trying to get to that box, aside from just praying that one of these is an extra life, so we don't lose our health extensions again. I assume that barrier's red because it's expecting you to be this guy. Nope, just hearts. Well, that's a shame. I swear it's like a gap-seeking missile with this ball. Like, oh, hey, there's a gap it can fit through. That'll be a problem? Okay, going exactly there. Somehow we've managed to avoid breaking that other brick. There we go. Really? How does it keep being so squirrely and weird? Like, whoever gave me the devil ball, I would like a word. Well, there's the boss door already, so yeah, this probably was intended to be the first place you go. Because the gimmicks here haven't been too out of hand, and it's shorter. This is when we find out that the boss of this section has, like, 1 extra heart compared to the first one. And it's just like, oh, I guess we really were supposed to just go here, huh? See how the boss looks. Wind flames. Oh, nope, they became one thing. Mental. Monster of fire. Some kind of fire harpy? Yep, fire harpy. No, it's got a decent amount of health. So I guess all of them have a similar amount of health then. They dive after they get hit, but it's not a targeted dive. So that's fine. That spread shot's a little concerning. Especially when the orb is stuck, like, up by them and you can't do anything with it. Okay, they are tracking me with their body. They really hold their fire for a long time. And sometimes. There we go, there's a hit. Do the fire dive, get another hit. I do see an easy loop you can get them caught in, like what we're doing right now. As long as you just keep hitting them pretty quickly after, or they come back out of the fire dive, you can just hit them again. Problem is, there's otherwise a lot of hurry up and wait, which is why we have so much damage to our barrier at the bottom. Not to mention all of the rebounding. That was the... In case anybody's wondering why I didn't stop that one, that was the diagonal input being bad again. It just didn't take. Just decided, oh, you wanted to just stutter step slightly left and stare at the ball as it goes down the hole? Glad that's what you wanted, because that's what you're getting. We were so close to success there. Okay. Just clearing some notifications, because I was talking to somebody relatively new about working with them sometime soon. So I'm trying not to keep them waiting while I'm also juggling everything else. You know how it is. So that boss isn't too bad. We just gotta be more mindful of our ground. So I think we can definitely do this, though it's gonna be harder now with no health containers, but it's fine. At least we have lives this time. But yeah, see, it's literally just 2 rooms here, which is also absurd, really. Just bust you right on through there. And the amount of health they give you in here is insane. So in an interesting turn, there wasn't a way to get health during that boss fight, was there? Because we broke the fireballs a couple times, and I don't recall seeing health drops out of them. But I also was preoccupied with the amount of no space we had in most of that fight. There's also an indie game that came out within the last couple of years, I think, that takes this idea and does it better. I do not remember the name of it at this point, because I never actually played it. I only ended up seeing it. I don't remember if it ever actually came out on much. I think it might have been like a... My brain's saying it was a Switch exclusive indie game, which is a weird thought. That may just be I only saw someone play it on the Switch, and that's why I'm thinking that. I don't know. Can't even think of the name of it for some reason. Okay, let's try this again, now that we know how the fight goes. So I have a bad feeling we're gonna end up burning all our continues on the water boss, just because of how that fight is. Yeah, the fire spray's targeted. Damn it. I feel like I'm playing pigskin foot brawl, just getting ready to scream, "Get the ball!" all the time. Why brain went there of all places, I don't know, but it's where my head's at right now. You, go get the ball. I don't dare go over there right now. We can almost let them just play wall ball with themselves here a bit. With when they're doing those flame attacks. Okay, you come on back over here to protect this open space. The imprecision in this game is making this so much more difficult than it needs to be. And now we got another gap, which is gonna be a problem. Nope, never mind. They reappeared at the perfect time to hit themselves with the ball. Okay, we're good. Seal of Fire is removed, life box appears. So now we just have the water area to complete, and then we go to the final area. Or at least what I presume is the final area up there. Which is interesting because there's also that circle. And we've got that stone circle, and then we got the spooky cave. Hello, ABC. Okay, back to being Loa so we can breathe underwater. This starfish is in the worst position possible, thank you. Good lord. Let's just not even... Let's not even mess with where that other thing is, except I can't keep control of this stupid ball in these positions, because it just decides to go at the speed of light whenever it feels like. Everything is going wrong, because sometimes this game is stupid. I hate how thin these corridors are. You cannot retain ball control, like, ever. Like, this area is not designed specifically to be infuriating. And I will not accept any statement otherwise. It's all just thin enough that since you have only one speed setting for this stupid ball, which is go, it's impossible to maintain any kind of good control. There. That's what I was trying to do, but it would always bounce in a weird direction and just screw up the whole thing. Yeah. Everything's fine so far. This game is mildly frustrating, but other than that, everything's fine. It started off so well, and then just has decided it needs to piss me off at every turn. You know what, we're just gonna let the ball do its own thing up there, because we can't even get up there anyway, because for some reason, even though we're the right size to fit through there, we can't fit through there. I don't understand why the ball went that way. Not in the slightest. Lost way more health than I would have wanted to there. God damn you. That's not where you're supposed to be going at all. There we go. Get rid of that crab. Now let's just let that play out. And that should work out just fine for us. Nope, never mind. Because again, the arbitrary physics of this ball become an issue. And I'm gonna call them arbitrary physics because there's no consistency to it. It just does what it wants. So I can't really say that there's any accuracy here. Okay, full health and we're going into the boss fight. Which we fought him before and it didn't go great. Yeah, the fact that he's still shooting when he's setting up the head charge is also a whole other problem. Yeah, because he waits till he's lined up with you to do the head charge, which that's fine. Except for the fact that you have a whole problem where you're gonna have to keep the ball away from your barrier down there at the same time as avoiding his head charge. Like, the obvious play here is to just keep the ball trapped on one side or the other. And just let him hit himself as much as possible. This is when we're just gonna do this first try, isn't it? Or not, because, you know, clearly you don't need to be pressing to the side at all for the orb to get sent 7 miles the wrong way. Like I'm playing golf right now. Just getting 6-mile slices for no explicable reason. Oh, of course, the second he arrives there, it bounces out. Fucking stupid garbage ball. I wonder if there's gonna be a boss rush in this game. Or if there's just gonna be, like, some really annoying situation with the final fight. Either way, yeah, first try that time. We just had, like, I guess, really bad luck the first time. Crystals out of the way. What's with this circle? Oh, is this just, like, an area to get all of your stuff back before you go to the final zone? Is that the thing? That's actually kind of nice. At least we've got an extra life. It's exactly what you're seeing. I don't know how to explain anything else about Fire Striker to you. You're just trying to stop an Archmage from taking over the world, and you can only defeat things with this orb. Frustration ensues. There you go. That's how everything in this works. I don't really know what this bit you're doing is, but I don't think it's working as you intended it to. Okay, there was a health extension here. That's what I assumed. Let's just stick with the default Fire Striker because we don't know if we need anything else. Okay, we got 3 Medusa heads in the ground here. Oh god, there's 4 orbs flying around now. Only one of them is mine. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. The other ones all hurt. I can tell which one's the right one, but getting to it in this clusterfuck is a whole other issue. The one that's yours is the one with the trail, so it's very easy to see. Just, there's so much happening here, and I have no room to move. We're just kind of letting this room end on its own, kind of. I guess I need to hit... Yeah, I needed to hit the other orb. Okay. Well, that was a lot of health lost for no good reason. Well, of course all of these immediately shoot at me. Why wouldn't they? Okay, the statues are breakable. So I guess I need to defeat them to leave, probably. Except we're dead, because I lost so much health in the previous room. Wow, they made this area kind of hot garbage, huh? It's like this whole just shot spam thing is not really a good mechanic. I don't know if they know that. It's like, there's no room to dodge in here, so it's not like you can do anything about the amount of shot spam happening. Like, what the fuck is this? It would be more acceptable if when the statues broke, you could at least move where they used to be, but you can't. So you just kind of have to suck it up and get your shit pushed in a bit here. And then there's the times where it just kind of falls down through the statues for no apparent reason. So you can't even try to push up out of here. Yeah, this game does not control well enough for what they're asking me to do here to dodge. I'm going to die again. The bright side... Actually, yeah, this is probably what they intend for you to do, I guess, is just use the Sorcerer instead of yourself. Because the Sorcerer can't take damage, but this is kind of stupid. Because now it's a lot of hurry up and wait, because they just keep juggling the orb away from me. We're just in a loop here. Because the Sorcerer can't move up and down, they can only move side to side. Because we move them with the shoulder buttons. But this is the only play we have because we're down to 1 hit point. I don't really want to keep burning lives trying to get through this room. Not that we might not lose a life here anyway, because we're losing barrier rapidly. How many hits do these stupid things take? Because we hit both these middle ones a decent bit before, and they're just still here. And there it goes, falling through the top of him again. Because I guess they just only gave it a hitbox on the front, not on the back, which is kind of garbage. But then again, this was the era where they didn't want people succeeding when they rent things, so this is not a surprise that it turns kind of BS before the game ends. It's like, oh, you rented our game? Well, good news. You are probably not finishing our game. And yeah, there was nothing I could do about that. The Sorcerer can only hit so many times in quick succession, so it just didn't work. There we go. Break that one, so I have the heal available. that one to get the extra life. Grab the heal before I end up breaking it. Look at that. I hit him so many times and it just doesn't fucking seem to matter. Like, maybe these ones down here are indestructible. Maybe I'm just supposed to leave. It is a boss rush, huh? Great. So great. At least it's this guy, though, who will give me health. If I can break the boulders. You know, when they don't just clip through me and don't work. I probably should have went for the fastest striker we have instead of the default guy, but I was kind of figuring the more controllable default choice would be the wiser course here. I'm now regretting that, fighting this jerk. Okay, one of them was grabbable at least. For fuck's sake. I love when I don't get to really participate in a boss fight. We've talked about that so many times. It's like, I have very little actual participation in this fight. Even though it may seem like I'm doing a lot, there's only so much I can actually do that has any meaning in this fight. Because half the time, it just doesn't matter that I've tried to do something, because the game is just going to say no. Sorcerer over here to protect the weakened area. Oh yeah, of course. It already passed there, but you know, let's have it hurt you anyway. Okay, at least that one counted. Like, there's BS going both ways here. There is times where it really shouldn't be counting as a hit that count as a hit, and then there's times where it should count as a hit that doesn't. And like, even with more speed, it's very hard to avoid that attack while also actually getting a hit in. Which is why I say that this is not that great. Like, I still like this more than the water boss, but that's not saying much, because the water boss is really annoying. Like, if you have the patience of a saint, I'm sure you can do all these boss fights hitless, because their patterns are actually kind of incredibly easy. They just take so fucking long. I'm so glad that that counted as hitting the piece of ground there, but not the rock that was like a foot away. Because I knew that was gonna be what happened. It's like, the way he just randomly opens and closes his eyes is why this one's a problem. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to whether he is hittable or not. Like, obviously, the indicator for hittable is the eye red. But sometimes he'll just close the red eye just immediately, and I don't know why. Like, if it is protection against the orb already being there, he would be the only boss in this game with protection against that. So it's like, okay, but why did they protect that one from that option? You know, it just doesn't make sense. And then there's all those health pickups I see in the very top of the screen happening that I still don't understand why they're there. Yep, let's just never have it be in a position where I could hit him. Or, you know, let's just not have that hit count, as it goes right through his eyeball. And then there's the times where the attack's still in the air, but his eye's green for reasons. Like, who designed these fights? I just want to talk. Not even the angry kind of talk. I genuinely just have so many questions about why they thought these were okay. It's like, I ask a lot of questions about the more difficult fights and such as well, but these ones just don't really feel like they make sense. Like, the pattern is very intuitive, and the method of hitting them is, at the face of it, very intuitive. And then there's all the times where it just doesn't work, and that's where the question marks start to come in. Like right there, apparently he just had like an iframe moment there where he just barely avoided getting hit. But I'm only guessing that because of the fact that his eye was starting to close. But it's the fact that he doesn't have a consistent amount of time where his eye is open. Like, right there. The orb was on top of his eye, and it was red. Didn't do anything. Why even... What's the point there? I don't understand. Oh, never mind. We just had to fight... What? Why did I have to fight the stone boss again, but not any of the... Why am I trying to make sense of this? I've asked myself this so many times now. Okay, he's just kind of floating around. I'm gonna assume this is a multi-phase fight, otherwise this doesn't make any sense either. Because he's just kind of vibing right now and letting me hit him. You talked a big game about the world being rebuilt by your monsters and everything, but I can't help but notice that you're just kind of taking hits. Oh, now he's vaguely shooting. Oh, he gave me health, but I fell off trying to grab it. So his orbs drop hearts, which is interesting. Please tell me there's a second phase, because this is... Okay, yeah, he's talking. He's not done yet. So he was just a puppet with a real dark power. Okay. Where do I hit it? I'm gonna guess, yeah, the eye behind the shield. Okay, that makes sense. You go over here to protect that spot. And the orbs he's launching drop hearts. This isn't gonna be annoying at all or anything. Huh. Even a power shot just didn't do anything there. Like, I clearly need to hit the shield out of the way and then hit him in the eye. At least that's what I was assuming I was supposed to do. Like, I'm getting damage responses from the claw there, I was so confused by all the moving parts here that I just didn't have a chance to stop that from going in. Oh, and I have to do the whole thing? Don't you just love time waster first phases? I know I do. Really now? Really, that just drained instantly. You know what? You know what, game? You want to play like that? Fine. You want to cheat? I'll cheat too. I don't care anymore. Let me see how I'm supposed to hurt that fucking second phase, because it does not make sense. And I'm not gonna waste my time redoing all of that other shit. Just gonna take me a second to scroll down far enough to get to this. Oh, well that's interesting. You would get a different boss depending on which door you went through to get to this point. Oh, so the arm is the target first. Problem is, it doesn't give you good information on that, because even though it made damage noises and such, it didn't move the health bar, because you're not actually damaging him with that. Okay, so I was on the right track, I just didn't get there. Okay. I just didn't want to waste our time chasing after that angle if that was incorrect. I will say, at least the enemy projectiles don't damage your tiles. If they also damage tiles, I would have put this game down by now. Like, that's the two nice things they do as far as enemy projectiles go, is breaking them gives hearts, and they don't break tiles. And they're honestly not that hard to avoid for the most part, aside from the ones that, like, get spawned, like, right on top of you, like this, for example. There we go. Phase 1 gone. Which, there's actually a reason to deal with Phase 1 in that you get more of your hearts back, but I'm just gonna skip it from here because there's no point in us sitting through that first phase anymore. We're here to clear these games quick, not waste our time futzing around with their nonsense. Also, the fact that this reacts with an immediate head dive kind of made me wonder if I was actually, like, getting caught in a trap and it was a punishment mechanic at first, is the other reason why I was questioning things. Okay, I can grab that heart. I wasn't sure if that was gonna be reachable or not. Wow, hitting this thing is kind of a pain in the ass, though. This is exactly why I save stated, because bullshit like that happens, and you could say, oh, that's just how the game works. Like, no, absolutely not. is I have no control over a situation like that. You have no way of avoiding it just pushing the orb down on the corner like that, because they made it so that that head can reach too far down. I'm not going to be punished for their poorly thought out layout. I refuse. Like, getting hit when the head reaches forward, sure, that's not great either, but that's at least something I could avoid. That's something I have control over. It just wedging itself through the wall, though, not much I can do about that. I don't think that's fair to lose to. Also, the fact that he keeps revealing his eye back there is kind of misleading. Because it makes you think, oh, hey, I'm supposed to, like, hit the shield out of the way, then hit the eye in order to progress the fight. Except that's not what you're supposed to do. And then there's all the explosions that are happening when I'm just kind of hitting him in the arm there where the shield is. Like, this game just gives you a lot of mixed signaling in this fight. Which I presume I can break, like, multiple parts at once here, probably. Like, the shield arm probably is breakable at this point in the fight. Yeah, because now I have to get rid of the shield arm, but he can't attack me anymore, really. It's just my own inability to control the ball that I gotta watch out for now. Which one? There's many things on screen here. If you're talking about the thing with the giant eye, that is the Archmage Wild, who we're trying to stop from taking over the world and remaking it in whatever image he sees fit. The robed sorcerer there is our unkillable companion, and the little red guy is us. And the orb is the only thing that can hurt him. Ironically enough, he made the orb, so if he just didn't make the orb, he wouldn't have this problem in the first place. How many hits does that arm take before I can actually do damage to the boss here? Yep, had no way to stop that. Once again, shitty orb control mechanic. Is like, if I had swung at it, it probably wasn't gonna count it. Which is why I didn't even really try as much as I could have. There's about 70 million different things that this guy looks like, because he's got a pretty generic design on the whole here. Very evil overlord. Like, the most unique thing he's got going on is, like, those weird red threads he's got around him that are moving him like a puppet, just like he got pulled up by. I can't reach that, nor do I really need that at the moment anyway. Move you back to the middle to protect that. Okay, there goes the gun arm. Oh, okay. See, the thing is, you again have a wide margin of concepts there that you were talking about, so I wasn't sure which thing you were talking about, and I can't really focus on trying to figure out what you're suggesting when I'm trying to juggle this. But I also understand text limitations is a problem. Yep, nothing I could have done about that. Character's just not fast enough to cover this whole field, so you just lose by default a lot of the time. Like, I could have moved the sorcerer over, but it wouldn't have mattered. We just would have too many vulnerabilities still anyway. This is just too long a fight for the fact you only have a handful of tiles to work with. See, that's kind of the thing I was talking about with him looking like just a generic evil, yeah. And then there's this shit where the arm just comes down and just decides, hey, I'm just gonna keep pushing the ball into the tiles here, and there's nothing you can do to stop that unless you want to sit there and eat enough damage. You'll probably just die instead. His final bosses are always good game design, right? There's never badly designed final bosses. Oh wait, that's like half of the final bosses ever made. Yeah. And there I go, getting screwed over again because you hit it and it just doesn't always take the way it's supposed to. You just get fucked over again and again. I swear, I just want to make a game design version of that graphic design is my passion and shit post now, and just start picking random final bosses to use for it, and see how many people I make angry, even though it's true. Because genuinely, there are so many of these that are just so questionably designed. And most of the people that will defend them are people that have learned how to fight it and have it down well enough that it's like, oh yeah, it's not that bad when you fought it 30 times. Like, well, fuck you and your 30 times. That's not what makes good game design. Should there be a learning curve? Yes. Should it randomly kill you? Probably not. That's not good. And it probably shouldn't take 30 hits. Like, can I probably get away with not killing the gun arm? Probably. Will it eventually randomly do that to me? Yeah, that's why that arm needs to go. The thing is, yes, there are ways you could stop that, but there's just not enough ways where you could stop that and maintain an even remotely viable situation. Like, there's gotta be a way to kill this guy faster. There's no fucking way that this is the only way to do it, even though that's what the only guide I found told me to do. And it's also the only thing I could have thought of to do as well. There's gotta be a better solution to this. You know, other than decide that this isn't worth it and put this game down. That is how this whole game works. So it's more of a brick break game most of the time rather than Pong. Ordinarily, there'd be bricks like these all over the map that you have to get through. The boss fights are just more Pong instead of brick break. It takes the murder tennis of a lot of Zelda games and makes it a lot more direct instead of it just being a mechanic to stun the boss to then do damage. And again, this game would probably actually be very good and very satisfying even with a fight like this if I just had better control over the orb. But half the time it just does what it wants. Oh, now he's doing the same thing that the Earth boss did and just randomly firing at me. Okay. Great. Because, you know, this was a fun mechanic when we had it before, so why not bring that mechanic back, I guess? You need to stay there and guard that now. Because I am not dealing with all that other shit again. I'll take the fact that I don't have many hits to work with here. Because honestly, this phase is not that bad. I'm anticipating getting screw-jobbed at some point, which is why I save stated. Because we have this spot right here that's gonna be an issue. Just one more hit and it's over. And there it is. There's the screw job coming in where he just didn't hit the ball for some fucking reason. There it goes. It's over. Fuck you, game. Fuck you and everything you stand for. This better not be another phase. Nope, they're dancing. We won. I mean, yeah, we are fools for having engaged in this entire thing, but hey, we stopped the world being destroyed. So maybe he would have reformed it in a better way than being a pinball-based world. And it only took me a half hour longer than the how long to beat time, so not terrible. I would definitely say anybody who plays this should definitely go into it expecting to get screwed a fair few times. So if you aren't up for that, don't play this. But it's not a bad game. It just has at least two questionable designs, I would say. One, how the orb control works, and two, the fact that you lose those heart containers on continue, which is just fucking stupid. Like, that's the one thing I think I'm not gonna be willing to forgive. There really isn't anything to be let into because the game's over. And that's our first game of the day. Alright, ABC, good night. So let's see, that's game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for this month as well, and now our 35th for the year. And here I was thinking, though, that was going to be fairly straightforward, reasonably easy, and not too big a pain. Alright. So that's one completion for the day, and now let me go ahead and change over the label. Because we're going to be doing Valis 4 next. Which, that's gonna have its own problems. But at least it'll be fairer about the problems, most likely. And it probably is gonna have a whole different audio balance that's gonna be needed, but we'll figure that out in a moment. Let's see, it defaults to normal, which is good. Jump, shoot, item, that's fine. We're not going to worry about plot too much, as per usual. But as you can see, it's episode 4, which is because it's the 4th game. Act 1, Vacanti. We're going to want all of these icons because they give us different shot types. For the most part, anyway. There's a couple that work differently than that, but that's the main idea here. Is if I press up and attack, I shoot with my infinite shot out. Obviously, the health bar at the top is mine, the health bar at the bottom is the boss of the stage. You might be wondering why the boss health bar is already there. Good question. It just kinda is. I don't think there's anything you could do to impact that health bar before you get to the boss. I guess they just decided, you know what, we've got screen space, why not just leave that there instead of having to worry about making it appear? Go ahead and grab that. And I cycle between those with the shoulder buttons. I'm just not using any of them quite yet, because we don't need them till we get to the boss fight. Like, really? Because I did this stage and a part of the second one when I tested this to see how difficult it was going to be. And the answer is, at least in the first two stages, not too difficult. But I know that the Valis games do get real hard, so this may turn nasty later. But at the very least, we should be able to get through some of this. And it's honestly a better choice than some of the other options I had lined up. And that's why we have the flashing light warning, is the bosses, when they appear, flash a bit. We have the Vacanti Dominator, Death himself for some reason. How do I use these things again? There we go, that's the button. So the projectile I chose is these homing shots. We can also just kind of stab him over here. And there we go. Just like a Belmont, we've defeated death. Hooray. Lena just overcame Vacanti. Next she approaches is Castle Vanity. Act 2. As mentioned, Castle Vanity. Now you'll notice that there's the boss health bar again, and it's a bit longer than the last one. Not by a lot, but a little bit. Presumably, the final boss will probably have the full bar. Probably and then some, if I were to hazard a guess. Now, I don't actually know the plot of the Valis games that well. But this one, I do have a little bit of a blurb for, because when I was looking at how long to beat, I actually remember what it said. And the one we're playing as right now inherited... Well, I don't know if inherited is the correct word, but also has the same powers as the original Valis hero, who apparently became a goddess. So that's a whole thing. And there's a prince that went mad and is the source of all the problems we're actually dealing with here. And now you know about as much as I do. And make the jump. This is gonna be the one sticking point in this stage that I ran into, is getting across that gap, because that seems to be where I have to go. And of course, as usual, I'm actually getting hit more now that I'm playing it for real than when I was testing it. And I didn't even use any of my power-ups before, either. I literally used exactly what you saw me use so far. Aside from a couple things I pick up after the jump. And... made it this time. Just need to not die. Dying would be the biggest problem. Where do I remember seeing those items? That is the best question of the day. I think one of them was over here. No, it wasn't over here. It was up. Thankfully, this game doesn't have respawning enemies particularly, so once you clear something out, it's not too big a deal. Also, apparently that guy just despawned, which works for me. That shot did way more damage than I expected it to, and we're gonna die now, because there was no move I could have made to avoid that. Because if I jumped, we died. If I stayed down, like I did, we died. If I ran back, we died. There just wasn't a winning scenario there. On the bright side, looks like when we use a life, we get full health, so that's not too bad. Definitely a take what you can get scenario there. His health carries over from stage to stage, so... And we did lose all of our items, which is a bit of a shame. Guess means I shouldn't be hoarding. Oh, there was a run button. Not necessarily the way you'd expect, though. You have to double tap, and then she just kind of starts running faster. Doesn't animate any faster, really. You just start scrolling the screen faster. Didn't realize there was running at all. I just happened to accidentally double tap, and then suddenly I was running. Well, that'll make getting across this gap way more reasonable, and getting across that other gap way more reasonable as well. Yeah, see, we cleared that with ease now. So let's go check what's over here, then. Because that might be a good idea. Oh, that is where that item is. Because that I'm pretty sure was a healing heart. But you have to use it actively, which is a little bit of a problem. Oh, you did come back. That's interesting. I swear this game doesn't always have enemies respawning. Also, I don't know why I didn't just shoot him. Because I could have just done that. Yeah, as long as I have that up there, I don't have to worry about burning it accidentally. Because you cycle it over just like you do the other items. I guess maybe you just have to go far enough away and then they respawn then. Got homing dragons again. I'm pretty sure though that's not the heart I picked up, because I don't remember the homing dragons being there. So let's go back up top then and see if we can grab another heart. Honestly, let's see what this does. That's what I thought. It is just like a tri-shot. But it is stronger, so it's probably worth using. Those skulls that just run up onto the screen and shoot you are really annoying. Because they're always behind one of these armor guys now. No, I definitely have, like, the whole layout of this stage wrong in my head, apparently. I need to use this heart so I don't die. As you can see, you get 2 hits of it, and it heals a decent amount. Yeah, there's the heart I remember grabbing. I remember dropping down to get it. There's also, like, an armor transformation of some kind around here somewhere. Which I guess it's down here, then, considering the heart was on the same floor as well. And the exit was up there, which we're not leaving yet. Because there doesn't appear to be a timer, so I can grab items to my heart's content. The only trade-off being I take damage if I'm not attentive to what I'm dealing with. What? Huh. So it's not on this floor. Well, color me confused as to the layout of this area, then, because apparently I misunderstood something completely. Am I remembering wrong? And it was the other way that I found the armor? No, because that's the end of the screen there. Maybe it's after the screen transition and I'm just convincing myself. Oh, I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, but I think there is actually, in fact, a timer, because you may have noticed that the boss health bar has increased. That's a problem. So if you dally too long, the boss gets stronger. Huh. Wasn't ready for that as a concept, but I guess I should have been. I don't remember these flying things at all, so I think we missed the armor upgrade. Or is that this? No, that's just the dragons. That's what I thought. The icons were similar, that's why I wasn't sure. Well, hopefully we'll be able to find another one of those at some point. And yes, they are throwing eyeballs at me, in case anybody was wondering what those projectiles were. I'm probably going to die. But I'm hoping to die at the boss, rather than here. I don't know why that happened. Our health bar just flashed for a second. I don't really know why. Castlevania Dominator, General Daligan. Ability jump and fire. Oh, he jumps all the way over. Okay. So I need to stay in the middle. So the homing dragons would have actually been really good for this. Okay, and we have to redo the whole thing. Okay. Good to know. I don't know if this has limited continues, by the way. So that could be something that ends up stalling this game out entirely for us. This is, I think, supposed to be like a 2.5 hour clear? It's either like 2 or 2.5. Is everything I put into the pile for today is 2 or 2.5. Aside from Fire Striker, which was the only 1.5 on the list. Oh, you know what? It might be that the armor was down on this floor. So I remember going to the left to get it. Yeah, because I think it's up on this ledge back here. The one that I missed getting to. So I think it's up there, above where we are right now. I may as well just die at this point, because good lord have I wasted so much health. Having to restart the entire stage is going to be kind of upsetting, because these stages do seem to be getting longer. But it could be worse. I should stop running forward, because it gives me, like, no time to react to these skulls when I get to them. At least the game's well animated. So let's go up here and then drop down if we can. I think there was a way down at the other end. Yeah, actually, here. Because I kept thinking that we were at the beginning when we dropped down here. Yep, there's the armor. Behold! The classic situation of wear less to be stronger. Now, I don't actually know what this statistically does for us. But considering it's an armor transformation, I presume that it makes us stronger somehow. We do seem to be hitting harder, because the armor guys are dying in one hit. So that, I presume, is what it's for. No, that one died in 2, though, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just confused. We do seem to be taking less damage, so that's what my initial assumption was it was an armor increase. Okay, yeah, there was no way down over here. That's what I thought. Let's go get the heart that was over here. Because despite having to go through all these guys to get to it, I do think it's gonna be worth it. His healing, as you might imagine, is useful. And it's not hard to get that one in particular. And then in the natural course of getting through the area, we'll get the other one. We'll grab that, because that might actually be useful against the boss as well, because of the angle he takes to go over our head. We can spread shot him a bunch, actually. We just need to pick up the pace, because he is getting stronger. So I guess that's going to be the key to this, is balancing how fast you run through the stage with how many items you want to get before fighting the boss of the stage. Which, that's a mechanic we can work with. We're used to that idea. I want to clear these guys just so they don't shoot me in the back. The armor's turned red, and it's gone. That's what I was afraid of. I also missed the heart, so we only have one heart, and we don't have the dragons, so we'll just have to make do. His pattern didn't seem like it was gonna be that difficult, at least. I just gotta figure out how his fire actually works. No, they just actually float right over my head. Huh. I just need to duck their shot, and that's not really a thing. I expected him to shoot, and he just kinda didn't. Caught the spear with my face. Actually, yeah, why don't I just do that? I could just run through them. That's probably way smarter. Okay, he just shoots fireballs. Okay, he also has a pushback move. Okay, the spread shots are working. He also doesn't do that much damage, so I probably could have beat him the first time. I just kind of threw that one because I expected this fight to be way worse. Oh, there it goes. Now he's gonna hurt. Okay, so it's the fireball that does the real damage. His pushback move is literally just that, a pushback move. Got him. I think we're getting like a continue back or something when the bar up there flashes. In a defeated first general, now Lena goes to Babylon. Act 3? What do you know? Babylon. Babylon has rocking tunes, apparently. Who knew? Babylonians knew how to party. And throw boomerangs. Okay, they take 3 hits, and whatever the hell that is exists here, I guess. Yeah, I'm going down here. Down here seems better. Because they get stuck up there, and I can just leave. I shouldn't have sprinted. Yep, it's over. They take too many hits, so I can't really get rid of them very effectively. Almost looks like a bat with the way they're crossed over there. At some point, I need to remember to internalize more of those sound alerts as well. Okay, fine. Both those sound alerts stop breaking, and apparently more and more of those are turning to things that I don't particularly want. So it's a whole problem. Okay, yeah, just running like this is working. Nyum. Nope, stopped working. Back to Nyum. Now, that was helpful against the last boss, but I don't know what this boss looks like yet. I want that, though. Homing shots are always good to have. And this is just low enough that we can jump up here, I think. Or not? It's lower than this one, but I guess I need to go from this one to that one. Thankfully, you can just duck stab these guys, and it's fine. So I guess we're grabbing this after all. There we go. Oh, rocks fall, I die. Wonderful. You what now? I was not prepared for them to shoot upward. That was different. Well, those items I got, gone. Thrown away. And now we gotta... Well, I can get them back at least, because we have to redo the stage anyway. Oh, right, we get penned in here by that guy if I go the low route. That's the problem with that part of the low route. But it's fine, it's fine. We can outpace these idiots and get the hell out of here. As long as I stop getting juggled. Nope. I may as well just die here, because this attempt is kind of fucked now, I think. Apparently, they just miss half the time if I'm crouching and they're jumping? Okay, yeah, that might be the answer to dealing with those, then. Shooting from off-screen is kind of a dick move, bud. Could you not? What the? Why is that one shooting? The fuck, man? Why is that fair? Let's use these to try to get through here. Okay, yeah, they're spawning the rocks in this area. That's why. Okay. I hesitated because I needed to understand what was happening there. On the bright side, we're learning a lot. On the downside, we're dying a lot. There we go. Jump over that guy, jump over that guy, jump over that one. Coming through. Still better than the last time. There we go. Alright, I want to be up there. Yeah, this first section's not too bad, at least. Once you understand the pattern to get through there, it's actually fairly easy. And I'm betting it's going to be a similar case with this part once I start to get the hang of it. I just gotta be quicker about killing these guys so I don't get bouldered to death. Actually, yeah, just jump over that one. Just clear him straight up. Okay, the boulders are also targeted. That's good intel to have as well. There we go, full health more or less. Very kind of them to actually give me 2 heals in that water puddle, even if it was a trap. I ran back in too fast because I was trying to kill him before he sent off a second set of rocks. Okay, so that's how you solve that. Of course, you can't do that here because of the water slowing you down. Man, it slows you down so much. There we go. Not to mention the game had a bit of slowdown there, too. How far do we have to go in here? Goddamn. Feeling like I want to be up here. Nope, I didn't want to be up here. Don't want to be up here at all. Up here sucks, actually. Yeah. I hate that. I hate the whole they shoot from off-screen thing. Yep, all the problems are down there. They tried to chase me off the high road, but the high road was definitely the way to go, other than I missed the armor pickup. Well, we might be able to come back for it. He got him through the floor, and then he got me through the floor. I really do wonder if there is a limit to my continues or not. Because it almost feels like the score is getting me a continue back whenever the P flashes. Okay, alternate from sprinting through to killing these guys. Oh, never mind. The way they go through the floor is a bit of a problem. So I think I kill the first one and then we run from the rest of them. Might be the play there. I'm also trying to experiment with the idea of generating more score to see if we do actually, like, get that flash at a specific score threshold, because it seems like that's exactly when it's happening, is when we hit a certain score. Now, whether we're gonna see that score before I die is a whole other question. The rate this particular attempt's going, I'm not exactly gonna hold my breath on that one. Yeah, go with the dragons. I would love to have them for whatever the boss is, but we need to be able to live to get there. Because I can outrange these guys as long as I do it right. There we go, that got us to the health. Now we off-screen him for a second. Go. Okay, I can hit them from off-screen just like they can hit me from off-screen. Good to know. I wasn't sure if that was gonna count. Apparently, if the shot hits it, it counts, whether it's visible or not, because I just killed something all over there. So I guess that might be a strategy to this game, is just start spamming shots. You know, not exactly the most incredible or impressive of strategies, but hey, if it works, it works. Especially when you just get boulder fucked like that. Apparently this one doesn't exist yet. There he is. Oh, but he can hit back at this distance. Yep, we're dead. We're so fucking dead. Like, not literally dead, but we're dead at walking here. We have literally an empty health bar. The one pixel wonder is at it again. Okay, he didn't respawn, so I can get his boomerang. Down there is where all these guys run by, and this is where we died to an enemy hitting me through the floor. Oh, it's not a boomerang, it's a ground chaser. Okay. I don't know why I'm going for the armor, in case anybody's like, what the fuck's he doing? I'm going for the armor, but I don't really know if there's a point to me doing that. Because I think we do still take damage even with the armor on, so I don't think it's gonna save me. Especially when I run into that, I couldn't run away fast enough because I didn't dare sprint at first. Because I was like, I'm gonna run into something else as soon as I sprint back. But then I remembered where the enemies were and it was actually safe to sprint back, but the processing took too long. Now that I know how that shot works, though, that's clearly not the move we make there. Oh my god. These guys have just enough clearance with their jumps to be such a nuisance. There we go. We keep losing so much health before we even get to the second part of this act, though. Makes me so sad. And yet, believe it or not, I'm still having a better time than I did with Fire Striker. Because at least this is my fault that I'm dying to these. Instead of just like, oh yeah, you just lose. Just because of reasons. And I can counter cheese by just, like, off-screen shooting things, for example. I don't know why he didn't start hopping towards me, but I'll take it. Realized I was there sooner than I realized he was there. Why am I not hitting him? There we go. I think those shots do have a range limit, but it's like just barely off screen is the limit of those shots. Let's use this for this part of this area just so we can get through and hopefully retain the healing we had done. That's fine, just one hit there is way better than we've been doing. Isn't there another one? Yep. There is, and he's shooting way early because I shot at him. Oh my god, so many boulders! What the fuck? Why does he spawn so many? Thankfully, he's stupid. Now we're back to the regular shooting ones. We sprint through here, go around to where the hoppy boys are, avoid getting touched by them, shoot them, and then grab the armor. The boss is gonna have a lot of health, which is gonna be bad for us, but I'm hoping to at least get there. So we at least see what the boss is like. I don't know why I'm killing this one. I can't actually climb back up. Oh, that's a shame. If I just committed, there would have been an armor or up there as well. So as a heal. But I would need to run back through the whole stage to go get that. Attention, Nornilla. Ability phase change 3 times. Okay, that's good information to have, I guess. Okay, so that's how this fight works. Okay. Wow, I'm just getting comboed standing over here. This is a bad call. I also can't help but notice that the health bar is not moving. Oh, there we go. We got her out of that phase. Okay, is that all she does is just shoot? If so, this isn't terrible. Okay, those can hit me when I'm on the ground there. Oh, there we go. She finally did a dive. I dislike the fact that even after all those hits, though, the health bar hasn't moved. That means you have to push them to 2 phases before the health bar even moves. That's kind of a lot. But we need to move faster. That much is clear. If that health bar grows too much, we are in trouble. Weapons in here help a bit, but I don't think it's enough to be worth going after them and giving the boss so much more health. Nope, this attempt's over. God damn it. Every now and then, she either slides a little bit or just doesn't respond the way I want her to, at least as fast as I want her to, so we end up having a whole problem. There we go. Rather than stabbing that one, just jump him. Doesn't matter. Just go. Speed mode, engage. We are zooming. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. I wonder if this is just a thing you can do in all the stages, just sprint through if you know the layout well enough. Probably. This seems like the type of game where that would be a thing you could do. Yeah, that's way more effective than fighting these. This one I do have to fight, and I'm probably gonna die here. No, we made it through him. This guy's gonna be the issue, though. Neared him. Go. I'd really like to have kept some of those hearts. I did the thing again where I stopped to attack them, which I shouldn't be doing. Because a regular jump clears them, so I don't need the sprint jump. Except for the fact that the ones in the water I can't do that with. That just doesn't work with those. You get tangled up in the water and just die. And their health bar went up a decent bit even with me sprinting through there, so I'm starting to question whether it matters that much. Like, it saves health in this first area to sprint through, but I'm starting to debate myself on the second part. Like, obviously, you get hit once on your way through here, but once really isn't that big a deal. Of course, the hitbox is a little funny about the second snake there, where occasionally your toe touches it. Apparently just enough. I keep misjudging where the boulders are going to appear, even though you can clearly see where they're going to appear. I keep thinking they're going to track a little bit longer than they do. No, maybe you can't see where those would appear. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about today, apparently. What the fuck is your problem? Die. Oh, great, you activated already. Well, love that for me. Either you just have a lot of continues, or there is unlimited, because I feel like by now we would have run out. Even with having gained a few. So I don't really know what the health bar flash does. I continue to be confused, is the byline here. understand why sometimes that one will hop and sometimes he'll just stand there, even though I do exactly the same thing. Like, you would think if you do the same thing, you should get the same results, but you don't. And I'm now just completely off my groove for this attempt. So I may as well at least go get the items again. I had good pace for firing, but just one input of the shot got eaten, and it's just like, well, never mind, you don't get to have anything good anymore. And the boulders have crazy range, so nothing can be done. We have to waste all of the healing immediately. And I don't understand why sometimes it clusters the boulders together and other times it spreads them out. I really don't seem to have a rhyme or reason to figure that one out. Like, maybe it's based on how far they're throwing them? No, because that was decent distance and it was still clustered. Like, I need to be able to figure these things out in order to be able to get through them, otherwise we're just gonna keep burning health constantly. Okay, we're at least through this part, but now this is the part where we die again. Up over him, grab his thing. We want to stay high up this time, because even though there's an armor power up here, we can go get the next armor power up instead of this one. Just gotta watch out for the ankle biters. Take this guy out. Carry on. Nope, just grab those and go. I would have loved to have gotten a moment to use those heals, but we can use them here. Same with the armor. Because I can use these shots to pretty cleanly shoot this phase. Problem is, it's just such a projectile spam. There we go. Probably don't need the spread shot here, actually. It might actually be to my detriment to use the spread shot. Though, she'll just hop over if I get too close. That makes sense. I'm hoping to at least see the third phase here. There we go. Harpy down. Oh, she goes into a mermaid form now. Okay. This might actually not be terrible. What the hell are you doing, though? Could you do something that I can attack you during, please? Do I need to stand still? Yeah, I need to stand still for her to get her shit together, I think. Either that or this just takes a really long time. Problem is, she shoots so quick that I can't really get a shot at her first. I think I have an idea. Okay, that would work if I hadn't slammed into her in the process. The slipperiness here is a little bit of an issue. Like, it's not super slippery, but it's just enough that if you're trying to do a precise landing right next to her, it's a problem. But we are at least damaging the health bar finally. And I botched the timing on that because I don't really have a good gauge of when she pops up. She just kind of pops up when she feels like it. At least that's my perception of it. I could be perceiving it wrong because, you know, I've been fighting this thing for a bit now. So my perception of time is starting to do that thing again where it gets weird because impatience. That one still is a problem, no matter what move I make through that section. Because he comes in at such an awkward angle that you just don't have an answer to him. Your only move would be to jump over him, but you have to know he's coming up. Like, obviously, I know he's gonna show up, but knowing, like, exactly where to jump over him specifically is what I mean. I don't know how many stages this game is, either, just as a note. I should probably look that up. Did that thing again where I forget that this is a different type of statue. In fact, let's take a look at how many stages this is. There we go. Okay, we got a ways to go yet, because there is 4 more acts after this one. Let's see if there's something movement or such wise that I'm missing as well. Crouch, dash, activate items, switch items, nope. Nope, I know all the moves. So that's good and bad. Oh! I was wrong, you straight up take no damage while the armor's on, supposedly, according to the walkthrough. Oh! That's why the health bar's flashing. So, you actually get more max health when you see that health bar flash happen. That's what that's doing. I didn't really notice, because I don't think it gives you a ton, but we do want to keep killing then, and get our score up. Which is presumably your punishment for just continue spamming your way through the game, is not getting as many max health ups, because your score doesn't get retained. Which, that's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. There we go, full health. I think that second heart was slightly wasted, but it's okay. Yeah, I tried to rush that one, and it didn't quite land. Gonna take a hit from the boulder there, but that's fine. This is the most health we've made it through here with, so I'm happy. Over you, that attack really hasn't been helping that much. I think the homing dragons will do the job just as well, if not better. Having 2 armor power-ups might be a good plan, but I'm gonna have to go through hell and a half to get through there with the armor power-up on me. But this is also a way to generate more score. Problem is, she is going to get a lot more health. And the problem with getting through here, by the way, is getting through all these guys. Because there's 3 fucking boomerang men over here. Statue's not a problem. He's easy meat to cut down. Oh, right, I have to go through this one, too. Oh, fuck me. I think this wasn't worth it. Now that I actually have done it, I think that might have been a waste. Yeah, because these guys all respawn. Because that's fun. Alright. Just grab that and go. I don't really like the idea of using these while I'm in the fight, but it's probably a better call than trying to deal with the boomerang guy. Okay, use the first armor to give myself a chance to heal. Yeah, this one doesn't get interrupted by her bullets, so this is the one to use for this phase. It would also be great against the Harpy phase, which is what I had actually brought it for, but it's fine. Yeah, because this one gets broke by her bullets is the problem. Armor up. There we go. Forced my way right through there, and we have some armor for this phase. Problem is, this part's gonna take a while. Just because you don't get many hits in when you do get an opportunity to hit her. Come on. And the fact that even with the armor on, you get stunned is awful. Look at that. Like, 3 hits and her health bar basically hasn't moved. I think I might have wanted to save the dragon shots for this part. See if they can hit her while she's down there and have it count. It's like, she's not that dangerous in this phase. It just drives me up the wall because I have to spend more than half the fight waiting for her to be hittable. Like, I really wonder if there's a way to make her pop up faster or something. She can't really hit me. I hit me because I rushed trying to get a hit at her. Okay, she popped up quick that time. Like, being far away from her doesn't seem to be the trigger for that, because otherwise she would have done it before. And there's times like that where I'm literally just landing and can't do anything, and I'm in the exact wrong position. It does seem to be, like, staying still or some variety of positioning based, whether she pops up or not. Problem is, if I stand still, she gets the positioning advantage like that on me over and over again, which is why I don't really like to stand still. I'm seeing if I can, like, delay my jumps a little bit more to try to bait her into moving the way I want her to. Getting there. We're gonna be in an awful spot for the next area, but at least we're almost out of this one. And the fact that the enemies don't have, like, attack animations most of the time for those projectiles kinda sucks. Like, oh yeah, we're just gonna bullet occasionally. When? Where? I don't know. They just kind of come out of my ass. It's fine. Got her. And that's a health bar increase. Okay, actually, yeah, now that I looked at it as it was happening, I can see the increase. Valhalla awaits her arrival, with an image that definitely doesn't look like Valhalla, but it's fine. Yep, flower field that slows me down. Okay, this at least fits a little bit better for a place called Valhalla. More enemies with boomerangs, but a different kind of boomerang. At least I can duck these, so this is fine. So far, this isn't too bad. I'm worried about what the catch is gonna be. Like, obviously, it'll really suck if I fall down into the slowdown goo. I'm gonna call it slowdown goo because even though it looks like flowers, its function is that it slows me down. Ah, there's the fuckery. Okay. There's the fuckery I was waiting for. Okay, the boomerangs stop it where they were standing, so I can manipulate that. Okay, that's part one done. That's not too bad. Let's see if we can actually get some score built up here. Because these enemies aren't terrible to deal with, so I can actually just beat them up for score. Who knew that stationary enemies that throw a singular object were easier to deal with than guys that wander around and throw a slightly hard to understand projectile? Oh, they guard against ranged attacks while they're holding their boomerang. Interesting. So what we do is we step slightly closer and stab them. That's what I'm gathering from that. I don't know what the pan flute lady was gonna do, but I didn't want to find out. You're baiting me. I know you're baiting me, but I'm gonna fall for it. Yeah, because there's a wall there. Uh-huh. How did I know? How did I know I was getting goddamn baited? We can get a couple free points off of you. Okay, now we're in a building. No more flowers. Yep, we got shield ladies now. What if we go down here? Is there anything down here? There's a heart, but I have to get past them to get the heart. Okay. You know what? That's fine. I can do that. Except I can't get back up, so fuck me, I guess. No heart for me. Once more, not finding love. So I guess I could do this. Drop back down and go get it. Takes time, but health. And it looks like we do have to go through the enemies that were over there. Oh, I see. I have to attack you once you attack, huh? No? Are you just invincible? Are you just a fucking problem? I think you're just a fucking problem. And we're dead, because what am I supposed to do with enemies that when they're attacking, I can't hurt them? When they're not attacking, I can't hurt them. When I hit them from behind, I can't hurt them. What do? Okay, yeah, you do lose the health extension from the score when you die. That's what I thought. That's part of why we never really could tell. So yeah, this is a game that's way easier than if you don't have to use a continue, which makes sense. Like, it's harder and easier simultaneously, if that makes sense, because it's hard to avoid dying in certain parts, but having more health would make it easier to not die. fact that those pollen bits are indestructible is kind of stupid. But as someone who suffers whenever there's pollen these days, I can relate to the fact that all the pollen bits are damaging. Why is this just consistently in the wrong position now? Good lord. We were killing those so cleanly before, and now I just cannot, apparently. I got scared by the other boomerang. That's entirely my fault. I don't know why I insist on even getting up at that point, because it doesn't lower. I can just literally just stay down until it passes. I don't have to do the fancy jump over it thing I keep doing. You know what else I've realized? If I never realized that there was a run button, this stage would be a nightmare. Because you'd be doing this the whole time to come back from landing the flowers. Not to mention jumps like that would be impossible. Okay, yeah, some things are just not worth points, like the plants aren't worth points at all, for example. That's what I was trying to figure out for a second, is like, are double, like, is killing the same enemy over and over again actually worth score or not? And the answer is yes. So there's also a balance point where you can farm enemies a little bit, as long as you're willing to deal with a boss that has higher health. Just becomes a point of, like, okay, you have to balance how much more health you give the boss versus how much more health you have. Which, again, is an interesting thought to have. Just botched that across the board. And I just... Their hitbox is a little bit taller than their body is, I think. Because I swear a couple of those jumps should have cleared. And I'm not talking just when I hit the ceiling, because obviously the ceiling's a whole other problem. But I think you're just not meant to get past that one to get to that item without killing it. I think you have to fight that one. Or do what we did the first time and go around it entirely. I don't think there's a go through that particular Shield Maiden option. Because we don't have enough iframes to be like, oh yeah, I'll just damage boost through them. So we can't really take that as a method of solving that problem. Clear this section by doing that. This feels like the kind of game where there probably is a trick to, like, get extra hits in and such as well. It just feels like the kind of game where there'd be, like, an extra attack if you jump and then attack at exactly the right frame or something. I don't know why I get that feeling, just something in my gut's telling me that that's a thing I can do. I'm surprised I was able to land there without it being a problem. Phew, I'm cutting it so close on some of these now. But I think that's just because I'm getting used to this now. That I'm willing to cut it that close. Like, you can definitely tell when the threshold is for whether you understand what you're doing or not. Is the way you interact with something starts to drastically change once you have just a certain amount of understanding. And then there's shit like that, where there's just not really any two ways about that. You're gonna get hit by that. Let's hang on to that heart, because we actually have a decent amount of health at the moment. Thankfully, those angels do, like, no damage, so it's not really an issue. Okay, now let's try to learn about you. Okay, we can bait them to fall down at least, so you know what, that'll work. Or at least we can bait that one to fall down. And then jump over this one. Okay, that's a solution. I don't think it's the solution that I want necessarily, but it's the solution that I'm going to use, because dealing with these things is a pain. And of course there's a second one. Why wouldn't there be a second one immediately guarding the landing position if you try to jump over? Let's use this before I die, because otherwise I'm gonna die with health in my hand and I'm gonna be sad. There's another heart up there, but I'm gonna have to go down from the other spot to get to it, I think. Ooh. Those are some precise jumps. Fuck you. Nope. All of my nope. Absolutely not. Thank you for the armor. Of course you turned around exactly when I would land. I don't want to burn the armor here, but I'm going to burn it just so we can get to that health without losing too much health. Okay, that's where the health is. Can I just leave through here? I can't. Can I reach this platform? Certainly can. Okay, gonna have to go back through. That's what I was afraid of. That's why I put the armor on. Was so that I could actually gain this health instead of just losing it. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, there was stuff there. The landing positions she has is kind of bad. Like, she just has a certain point where her foot is, where it just doesn't always work. And that specific enemy being there is such a dick move. I don't know what those items were that we left behind over there, but I think we're better off just getting out of here. We'll fight this boss and hope for the best. Valhalla Dominator, General Medius. Scroll approaching fast. Okay. Just fucking T-pose attacking me? Okay, interesting. To be fair, it doesn't have to be precise platforming. I could absolutely fight those things, I'm pretty sure. But fighting them does not seem like the efficient answer. Okay, so your whole shtick here is you fly around like a yahoo, and then you eventually just kind of stand there and take hits. Okay. But I can't keep taking those dash hits, but I also can't tell what's happening because the slowdown is making it really hard to read their positioning. Because the slowdown makes the clones that are blinking look the same as the main body. Is the blinking starts breaking. Otherwise, that fight's not that bad, though. That platform being small makes it not great. I'm pretty sure if I had a full-size platform for that, I think that fight would actually be pretty fair. Because at least I'd have room to dodge, instead of having to, like, find pixel-wide safe spaces on that ledge. Unless I can actually attack the clones. I didn't really try. But maybe if I can delete the clones by hitting them, maybe that's an option? I don't know. It's also worth noting that this is the halfway point of the game. So if they're pulling this shit here, I am terrified of what the final stage is gonna look like. Like, the final stage is gonna be awful, probably. Yeah, I'm behind you. Okay, I can clear her as well. Good to know. Can't clear that one, though, without missing the platform. I was hoping to land on the next platform, but I would have then been between these two, so it wouldn't have been a great situation, but I can just kill them from here and it works out. They might respawn, though. We'll see. This game doesn't seem to know whether it wants to respawn them or not with any consistency. Kill you just to get the points in the hopes that that gets me a health extension. Yep, you are alive again. Which is fine, I can farm you for points. It does mean the boss gets more health. But I will say, at least most of these platforms only have, like, a enemy on them, instead of them, like, cramming, like, 3 enemies on a small platform and expecting me to manage to work with that. In here is where it starts to get a bit stupid. I want to say I take more issue with the angels that spawn in this bit here. Is you have, like, no room to know that they're gonna pop in unless you've already been there. As I mentioned while we were playing Fire Striker, the thing I've constantly been told as far as that goes is so that people have to rent the games more. Like, so you can't beat them on a single rental. Back when rental stores were more of a thing. Because I do believe they got a cut on rentals as far as game companies went. At least that's what I was told as far as why that is the way that that is. And, you know, these games are all way shorter. So, since they were charging a decent amount when you were buying the games as well, they had to make the games last somehow. It wasn't a good way to make them last, but, you know. Also, there's also the certain layer of, they just decide, like, oh yeah, this worked for arcades, so why don't we just keep making them this way anyway? Because if you think about it, outside of just being nice to the player, they don't really have a reason to make them easier. Like, it doesn't benefit the game companies necessarily to make sure you can get through it outside of worrying about the results of public opinion. Which earlier on, when it's harder for people to communicate how a game goes and everything, they could get away with that easier, too. Yep, these two keep syncing up just badly enough that I couldn't just squeeze through them. I feel like I must be missing something with those. Like, they have to be killable. There's no way they're indestructible. But I keep getting a ping noise no matter what position they were in when I attacked them. In fact, let me see. Since I still have the guide up, is there, like, a trick to killing those things? Oh, okay, that's kind of stupid, but I get it. Yeah. I don't mind difficulty, but the difficulty has to be reasonable. It needs to actually be something you can grow past instead of, oh yeah, we just made this miserable for sake of it being miserable. But yeah, apparently the time to hit those armored enemies is exactly when they're about to attack, not while their attack's in the air or anything else, only when they're reeling their mace back seems to be the hit point for them, which is stupid, but at least that means they can be killed, which solves the problem. Because it just means we range attack them to death, and we'll be able to get through that. Assuming the guide's correct, which, since it's from GameFAQs, you know, you got 50-50, arguably, there. Possibly worse, depending on the game, because there are some games where those GameFAQs guides are just completely inaccurate. Like, I don't know if they wrote them for the wrong version of the game, or if the people writing them just had no fucking idea what they were talking about but wanted to write a guide anyway. I don't know. Like, this game, for example, I would say is difficult, but not, like, unconsciously... Not gonna use that word. Difficult, but not unreasonably so. Well, that's the problem, yeah, is they just made it the fuck up, which doesn't help. Turns out when you're trying to inform people, just making shit up is not an answer. The same results people get when they ask things like ChatGPT half the time, apparently. Yeah, no, this game, you can adapt to everything it's doing, so I would say that the difficulty in this is mean, but not unreasonable, was the point I was trying to make. Because so far, every single enemy in this game has an answer to it. You just have to figure out what the answer is. Promise, you don't have really a lot of room to time hitting them. Especially when Lena doesn't turn around when you're telling her to turn around and shoot. And the way these move... Okay, they do die in one hit, though. Okay, you know what? That's kind of fine, and they are worth a lot of points like the guide said, so... I guess I just spam a bunch of shots at them and hope for the best, then. That's really weird having something that armored dying in one hit, though. That feels wrong. But hey, that's an easy answer, at least. I was making it more difficult than it needed to be, which does not surprise me in the slightest. Okay, that wasn't where the items were. It was the next floor up. That's fine. Since these shield maidens are worth so many points, I'm kind of fine with having to go back through killing them again. Because remember, points mean health extension. And for the fight we're about to do, it does seem like I'm going to want health extensions. To be fair, I would very happily say there are a lot of games made these days where the difficulty is comically inconsistent, too. But some of that's developers not knowing what they're doing yet, because they're new. Some of that's crunch. Some of that's they did it on purpose because it's funny to them. And most of these things were true then, too. I love it when my enemies just don't attack, though. That's great. Could you fucking attack? Thank you. almost easier to jump over them because sometimes they just decide to dither around and not do anything. And then there's times like that where they just attack the air, expecting you to walk into the maze, I guess. I don't understand. And that one just went through them? Okay. Sure, game. You do what you want. One of these will kill you eventually. Yeah, down below here is where the items were. I don't really want most of these. Well, that's a shame. What? My sword hit her. How did she not die? Part of the problem here is we're also giving the boss, like, a full health bar, but we have extended our health twice. Now, if only I had a way of actually filling that health bar, that would be grand right about now. I probably don't want these projectiles. We'll switch to the dragons. Because I just needed to open up inventory space. And those ground shots are really only helpful in certain circumstances. There's the armor that I want. My homing attacks are just not homing in on her for some reason, though. So that's a thing. I don't know a ton of it because I didn't read the manual, but there's apparently a prince that went mad, and that's why we're going through all of these worlds, to get to where he is, to put a stop to whatever the hell it is he's doing. Because that's our job. Is there more to it? Yes. Do I know it off the top of my head? No. Because you want to know what the goal of this is? Beating more than one game in a day. So why would I sit here and worry over the story? And I'm dead again because that platform is so fucking small. Ironically enough, that would have been where I would have used the low flying shots. But I forgot that there was such a stupid tiny platform involved there. Until too late. I also would have expected my homing shots to, you know, home in on something that's close by. Oh yeah, the other tidbit I know from the little bit I saw was this character we're playing as is also a replacement for the original main character of the series. So, there's that as well. Apparently they became a goddess or some nonsense like that. You would think said goddess would be helping, but who knows. I don't understand what's happening here. I don't need to. I have the power of stabbing, and that's all I need to know. Just bear in mind, the game itself did not say a word about the plot. This is, again, still in that era, for the most part, where you have to read the manual to have plot a lot of the time. And since I don't have the manual here, and I didn't look it up, that's why we don't have that information. Well, yeah, the jumping is important. Okay, I did make the jump. I meant to dash and didn't. Okay, they do have an attack. They just take a while to do it. Fair enough. Yeah, based on the fact that all of the bosses are labeled Insert Area Dominator, I also assume that all these areas were taken over. So we're just liberating all of these along the way. You know, doing hero things. You know, these got better and worse to deal with now that I've learned that I can kill them. Is they just keep doing this whole thing where they just don't fucking attack for half an hour. So I just eat hits because I expect them to attack rather than attacking by walking into me. Which remains why contact damage is a cardinal sin of game design, and I will not accept any statement otherwise. Yeah, but as soon as a more than knee-high ledge was in front of Sonic, he would also become useless. As if he couldn't jump either. Like, jumping is kind of vital to any hero's movement. It's like, you would need ramps literally everywhere for Sonic to be able to function if he couldn't jump. There's the health extension. Really wish it would give you the health from the health extension, but that's also entirely too... So I've learned something here today that I don't like about this game, and that is, it seems like your sword can only hit one enemy at a time under certain circumstances. And I say under certain circumstances because we've absolutely hit multiple enemies at once before. But if there's an enemy with invincibility, it doesn't count. You get deflected by them completely, which does make sense, because you're being stopped by their shield, presumably. But it's annoying. I mean, Mega Man would still have quite a bit of capability, but yeah, there would be no stage you'd be able to get through without jumping. You would have to just sit in Dr. Light's lab and hope they come to you. You would just be Turret Man. And the amount of these shots that are just going through them is kind of infuriating. Fuck's sake. Want that too. I probably should grab the drop shots after what just happened before. Having a limited inventory makes this really annoying. Ironically enough, I don't think these are being intelligent, by the way, when they're not attacking. I think they're just not very well made as far as their targeting goes. So sometimes their targeting just shits the bed and they just walk around. But it works out in their favor, which is probably why they didn't fix it. Okay, apparently range attacks just don't work when it's below the chest, I guess? Which is weird because it worked before. There was two of them there, in case people are wondering why this one died but didn't die. They had stacked up. And the reason why I'm trying not to melee these is because the timing's really picky. Not over all of them. Some of them were different circumstances. And I believe he actually made some of them himself in some of the games as well. But you would really think they would have done something more significant about Wily before that point. Like, I don't know, killing him with how many times he did not repent. You would think there'd just come a point where they're better off just killing the bastard and being done with it. Because he's clearly not gonna turn good at any point, so... Like, why keep this problem around? But of course, if they kill Wily, then there's no series anymore, really. So... there's that. Okay, it just scrolls. Interesting. Not really how I would have wanted that to work out, because I lost something I actually wanted, but learning. Now I gotta go back through the clown show over here. Which probably is gonna mean that the boss is gonna get their full health bar, or give or take. The infinitely spawning flyers is so fucking annoying here. Thankfully, you know when they're gonna attack because they'll stop, but constantly dancing with them is not really great gameplay either. I did learn something, though, which is interesting. Their mace counts as a hitbox, which is interesting. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Yeah, I was gonna say that there is a scale there in that Dr. Light's a bit of a fucking moron, too. Like, they're both bumbling buffoons at the best of times. But I do think saying that he's only good at hacking is a little bit of an overstatement. Well, you also gotta remember the simple rule of tech where the more countermeasures you design, the more somebody will find ways to defeat your countermeasures. And it's not like Wily's got anything better to do with his life, apparently, so he's got plenty of time to figure out countermeasures to every defense Light makes. Yeah, we're probably gonna die here. Yep, Pissy landed on my head. God damn it. That was the best attempt we've had so far, but... Though, again, you also have the simple logic of... Again, if they did anything intelligent, the series would end, so they can't have their characters do anything intelligent. Because again, if the Robot Masters don't get hacked, then what is Mega Man going to do? The answer? Fuck all, because Mega Man would no longer have a purpose. Like, sometimes logic just can't apply to these universes because the plot exists because the plot needs to exist for the thing to function. Because you could claim, like, oh yeah, somebody else will rise up and become a problem, but... Well, no, he would just be a boy. He wouldn't even have the Mega anymore, because, remember, he only became Mega Man because the threat existed. Presumably, he would just hang up the Buster if there was nothing to fight. So he would probably attempt to resume a normal life. And if you think about it, if Dr. Light had a brain in his skull, basically Zero wouldn't exist, Proto Man wouldn't have gotten made. Actually, no, Proto Man was made before Mega Man, I do believe, so no, Proto Man would still exist. Basically anybody that was made after Mega Man would arguably not exist. The loop that caused those to end up getting made would never have happened. Or at the very least, they would have been repurposed. So they would end up being quite different. Like, they would actually have functions as far as the ones that end up just being better fighters. It's like, obviously, most of the Robot Masters had an actual function, so they would all still exist, because they would have just been made for the function that they were made for to begin with before they got turned evil. But in a world without Wily, those robots would just be doing their daily jobs, and It would be rather boring, really. And there's also the simple fact that there's always the world in which, well, Wily doesn't do it, but say somebody else just steps up and does it instead. You would still have a reason for all of this to happen. Because it's not like that's a world without evil in it at all. There's no way that such a world would exist. I don't care what kind of utopian society they pretend that that is. Clearly, for Wily to end up the way he is, there has to be a market for that somewhere. And people being the way people are, there would absolutely be somebody who would get it in their head to hack the happy, friendly robots that are doing all the work for their own gain. Because it causes fear. It's a way of making people submit to him, presumably. Because if he doesn't demonstrate that he's willing to blow a city up, people can just call his bluff and go, "You're not gonna blow up my city. You don't got the balls to blow up my city, so why should I be scared of you?" And then a city gets fucking blown up, and now it's suddenly, huh, he's actually a credible threat. This is a problem. Now, that said, there's way better ways to take over the world than the way he goes about it, that's for sure. That... You're attributing a little too much forward thinking to a man whose whole shtick is he rides around in a capsule, wiggles his eyebrows at you, and always builds a skullhead fortress somewhere. He has the things he knows to do, and he doesn't really understand anything else. And besides, with a lot of these more cartoonish villains whose whole thing is world domination, usually there's a presumption that they'll have people to do that for them. And that it somehow won't be their problem that the expenses for rebuilding these things exist. Which, to be fair, there is a layer of truth to that, because they could just build robots to rebuild the thing. Well, they've broken the rules of resources so many times in that universe, because don't they have, like, shit that produces things just from fucking screws in that universe? So really, they can just dump the rubble in a machine and out pops a fucking building, for all I goddamn know. I feel like bets are off on that as a concept. Why am I having trouble with this jump now? Just bear in mind, their world doesn't necessarily abide by the exact same rules our world does to begin with. That's a presumption you kind of need to leave at the door. Because otherwise, as soon as you start trying to apply our rules to a lot of these worlds, again, it falls apart and just doesn't work. Because they're not designed with our rules in mind. Like, honestly, with how incompetent outside of his one specific gimmick that Wily is, in the real world, he would have become a politician. Because all he's good at is lying and stealing things. Random angels. Let's apply that. So, actually, in hindsight, that wasn't a good idea, but it's fine. I was gonna say as well, yeah, they're kind of all designed from a similar playbook as far as designing a villain goes, if you think about it. It's like, okay, let's make him a mad scientist. He's really supposedly hyper-intelligent, but is really bad at a lot of specific things. Which would be accurate to the type, so that's not an unreasonable thing. And since the line between genius and madness is kind of sketchy, they can get away with that as a character design, because it actually is in some ways believable. I've also just realized that the phantom copies don't actually do damage, so I just gotta watch out for the real one. Which again is still kind of hard to tell apart. But at least that gives me something to work with information-wise there. It would help a lot, though, if between the scrolling and the phantom copies, they didn't destroy the speed the game's moving at and make inputs move worse. So he would basically just cause a new Dark Age, almost, by just eliminating technology, is what I'm gathering from what you're saying there. Which, that's a strategy that could work, because that would be a credible threat. God damn it, I thought they were gonna land on the left again. I forgot that they go on the same side. They go on alternating sides every time. Yeah, that's also not the first giant death laser Eggman has made. He has a certain familiarity with giant death lasers. Yeah, because if no one else has it and he does, he will be inherently the most powerful force on the planet. That makes sense. Up to a point. Like, there's obviously very big flaws with a plan like that. Because, boy oh boy, is there gonna be some infrastructure work that's gonna have to happen after you blow up all technology that isn't yours. Not to mention, with the phrasing, detonate all technology, that implies that the whole towns would explode. And yeah, exactly. Millions of lives lost. But if your goal is world domination, you're probably prepared to toss away a good amount of the population in the process anyway. And if you're not, you're probably not actually aiming for world domination, you're just pretending you're aiming for that. Because I hate to tell you this, but turns out world conquest does cause a lot of casualties. And let it never be claimed that Robotnik ever had his hinges on. He's been unhinged since day one. Do his hinges come back on a little bit more now and then? Absolutely, but he is 100% unhinged. You know, it's kind of where the whole being a mad scientist label comes in from. You can know but all you want. There is no force in the universe that can convince me that man is not at least somewhat insane. Does he get his shit together now and then? Yes. But a stopped clock is right twice a day. And perhaps it's the majority of media other than comics doing him a disservice, but it's still fact that the presented media indicates him as genuinely being a madman from time to time. See, the thing is, you never... That's not a 100% thing you come back from. You don't regain everything perfectly in a scenario like that. No matter how much you can claim someone has regained that, there is damage done. And there's also a certain point where you can't really claim being completely rational and be that type of evil. Like, there's a certain threshold that you pass where you're probably broken in some regard. Be it reaching the point where you are so rational that you don't acknowledge the cost of concepts. So you just think, okay, this is what's best for the overall. And... oh, the consequences? Ah, no, those are fine. Now, when you say a shitty evil person, are you saying that he's bad at being evil, or that he's just awful? Because I could read that either way with that specific phrasing, and I could see the reaction being there for either of those phrases. I love how this is literally just flying T-pose attack that doesn't always hit. Yeah, that's what I figured you were saying, but considering the way that at some angles are played there, I could see both being a potential truth for what would snap him out. But the moral argument gets made against a lot of people that are high intellect but bad morally. So it's one of those things where it's very easy to end up in that spot, I suppose is the way I'm trying to phrase that. Because there's a slippery slope involved there. Oh, we're gonna be so close and going to fail because I'm not getting opportunities to do damage. Yep. And the slowdown made it impossible for me to move, but also get an attack in. No. No, I do not. You are assuming I have paid any attention to Sonic lore beyond, oh hey, this is a thing, and these are pieces of information that have crossed my path. Not even sure I ever knew that that was a character. We keep getting closer and closer to winning, so I think we can make this happen, but I'm very concerned as to what the next boss is going to look like. Is, like I said before, we're at the halfway point here. But again, we also don't need an entire lore dump here about Robotnik. Let's just let that go, because it is not relevant to what we're doing here. We've had the bit of conversation that was relevant out of that. I don't think we need to keep that whole line of thought going. Hey Callista, how's it going? Welcome to me just in an infinite loop again, as is normal for me. I'm sorry to hear that. Is it like an allergy one, or do you think you're actually coming down with something? Hopefully it gets sorted either way. Yeah, that's also an understandable answer, because it can be a crapshoot to understand what's going on with those at times. The homing shots are helping. The other shots don't seem like they helped at all, so I may actually try to use them on the way there to help me get there. So also pretty typical henchmen, because there are plenty of instances where they'll use a relative for their henchmen, because where else are they gonna find somebody? It's not like they can just put out a classifieds ad for a henchman necessarily. And who better to be manipulated than a younger relative? Like, twisted as that may sound, that's just a very easy answer there. And if you don't have morals to be concerned with, then, you know, that whole situation becomes very easy. Because, like, obviously from a moral standpoint, the whole thing becomes a problem, but again, we're dealing with an entity here that doesn't really concern himself with morals particularly, most of the time. Though I do seem to recall that I just said we don't really need the whole lore dump there. But that is at least a shortened version, so I do appreciate the shortening. Okay, I thought I despawned them somehow for a moment. I got hopeful that I was going to be able to despawn those things. Attack me. Thank you. Look at all this health bar that I'm never going to be able to fill. Ooh, okay, at least I didn't fall all the way back down, like I thought I was going to. Because I'm trying to avoid exactly that happening. Get the armor, get out of there. Use that so we have some space. Though we would have still had enough space either way, but it's fine. Now we gotta do this whole bit again. Attack me! Thank you. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Fuck's sake. Why am I having so much trouble hitting those angels? I did not mean to land in the boss fight yet. Oh, guess we're here. On the armor so we can avoid getting hit by the fucking T-pose maneuver. And we can actually get some free hits in of our own here. Like, we can clock some really good damage when they land. not gonna be able to read that right now, but we'll get back to that thought. Goes out of the way so I don't end up... I did not mean to do that! I hit the wrong button! Land, damn you, land! Getting hit by the fireball a little bit, it's okay. Though that does way more damage than I thought it would, so that is actually not ideal. Now would have been the time where the homing attacks would have been really nice to have. But no! The item button has to be right next to the attack button. Got it! Okay, now I can read that. Ah, okay. Yeah, you know, trying to take over the family business doesn't work out when they just get rid of you. Okay. Oh, I'm betting these are gonna crush me at some point. Now, the problem is, that wasn't the final fight, so I've got a long way to go yet. Oh, and those freeze me. Wonderful. We got more enemies that can only be hurt when they're attacking. We got ground sparks now as well, which seem to be just happening. Oh, and we got ceiling spikes now. There they are. Oh, that's why the ground spikes are happening. Okay, those guys are causing the ground sparks. I'm trying to get as far into the stage as I can just to get an idea what we're getting into here. Because we are, like, on death's door the whole time here. There it is. Because that was a guaranteed way to die here, pretty much. Well, yeah, the whole game's OST's been good, just... you end up only hearing parts of it because we keep dying. I'm mildly concerned about how small the boss health bar down there is, by the way. If they made the max health of that thing so small, I am very worried about how that fight's gonna work. Like, maybe it's just me being paranoid, but I feel like there's screwdrivery incoming if something only has that much health. Because there's no world in which that's just them being nice. That's just not how these things work. It's entirely possible. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm worried about, since we had a boss before the last one that had 3 phases and didn't take health damage until all the phases, though they had a regular health bar, so I feel like there's going to be more than that as a gimmick at hand here. Well, 4 technically. It had 3 and then the actual body. Is it had the statue phase, the harpy phase, and then it had the mermaid phase. So yeah, no, it was 3. Okay, we got through that part. I have literally 0 health, but the armor protects us from damage, so we can kind of blitz a little bit here in the hopes of finding hearts. Oh, that's fucked up. That's mean right there. That's fucked up right there. Yeah, because there's, like, no way to clear that jump. Yep, and with the pushback that has, that was just death. And maybe I'm the problem here, but I feel like any boss that has more than 3 phases probably is too long, unless those phases are quite short. Honestly, 3 phases tend to be pushing it depending on the game, even the length of those phases. Because a lot of the time, multi-phase bosses don't do enough different for the phases to feel like they're worth it. There are cases where it works, absolutely, but more often than not, they just become a grinder that your health just gets chewed to pieces by because it just takes too fucking long. And it's kind of hard to argue that it's fair for something to have 3 health bars, for example, when you have 1. Notable exceptions being, of course, games where you can actually self-heal and things like that. Then it starts to work out a little better. Didn't realize there were spikes there, so I got screwed on that one. I should have assumed there was going to be spikes, considering he put an enemy there to block you from going past that point. I cannot promise I will be able to answer it, but go for it. As I've mentioned on multiple occasions, they gain health the longer the fight the run through the level takes. You saw it just increase there, for example. The boss health bar actually can be very low if you can get through the stage very fast. But it will, of course, only fill up to that maximum threshold. So they actually expect you to balance rushing through with also getting enough points to have a decent amount of health, getting the items you need, etc. Why is he hitting me while I'm crouched, but only when I'm facing the other direction? Weird. God, the knockback on that is insane. Just put the armor on, don't try to save it, just get the fuck out of here. Yeah, if I, for example, got to the boss fight right now, they would have just the health you see down there. But unfortunately, we've not really ever managed to make any of these stages go quite fast enough to make that happen. Also, that's a dick move, that orange pellet freezes. Also, it's orange! Why is it orange and freezes you? Orange is usually a hot color. Why is orange ice? That's not how that works. It would be if these stages weren't designed so you can't actually go through them quickly for the most part. Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously, I'm sure there's people out there that have played this game a dozen times that have, like, mastered it to a degree where they probably can go through it fast. But maybe I'm just the asshole on that one, but I don't count that, because I feel like that's not going to be your average consumer. Like, obviously, you don't need to play to the lowest common denominator, but you need to play, I would say, at least reasonably to the first-timer perspective, because that's what a lot of people are going to have of something. Like, obviously, replayability is a good thing, but if your replayability is the game sucks less the second time you play it, maybe that's not good. Maybe that's not the way you should be doing that. It's like, the level design I would not actually say is bad, but I would say it's mean to an unnecessary degree in a lot of areas. Okay, so they're immune to shots, and they push you. Okay, so that's their whole shtick. But we also have to remember that this was the era of fuck the player. The player is not allowed to succeed, for the most part. And then there's times like that where the shot just goes through them. Also, that actually followed me. I thought that just circles around. Turns out that is actually a tracking shot. It just tracks in a way that made it look like a circular shot. And Once again, screwed by the slowdown. You would think the slowdown would be helpful. But maybe it's just me, but very often, if there's slowdown in something, it actually ruins my entire movement. Is I try to do something and it doesn't happen the way it did the other 90% of the time, so it throws off everything I'm trying to do. Which is, in a way, kind of funny, actually. Is I used to play a lot of things on a laptop where most things ran way slower than they were supposed to, so you'd think I'd be used to that. But for some reason, either that got, like, trained back out of me, or that never really got adapted to fully to begin with. But it's a problem. But, like, before anybody's like, wow, he's just playing nothing but bad games. These are not bad games. These are actually some of the better games out of what I was looking at. No, there's more than 2 schools of thought to that, but carry on. No, there was more spikes there that I forgot about, because I'm so used to rushing through here with the armor on. There we go. Okay, now we'll put the armor on so it has a little bit more longevity. I would love to save the armor for the boss fight, but with the way this stage is designed... I would argue that they're kind of the same school of thought. Purely because there are a lot of old games that had the exact same kind of mentality that I want to be the guy is run by. I say this as someone who has played that dogshit game. Unless you're looking at it as the mentality of somebody's doing it because it's funny or somebody's doing it because they want to hurt the player. Is if you're talking it's because it's funny, then yes, the argument can be made that those are 2 separate schools of thought, and I want to be the guy would be in the because it's funny school of thought. And honestly, I don't know if I would count the meta commentary one, because that's not even that new either. No matter how many people are like, oh, they did this new insightful thing, it's like, no, just because nobody saw the thing that did it before that. And I'm kind of just tired of things getting credited with visionary ideas when it's something that has already been done. Just people didn't ever actually notice the thing that did it before that because it didn't get at any critical success or anything. But I would presume new school would have to be a term considering old school exists, but hell if I know. Like, I'd hate to break anybody's hearts, but there's very few things in this world at this point that are new entirely. A lot of them are just new combinations of things that have been done already, or packaged in a way that people will enjoy more. That's just the nature of that. That's not really me being doom and gloom or anything, that's just truth. You're kind of going to hyperbole there, but sure, there probably isn't an NES game that did that, yes. Though we also have to bear in mind that most of them didn't really give you much information at all because they didn't have the capacity to. So who's to say what the intent behind a lot of those actually was in the long run? outside of the information they gave you in the manual. Now, there are a decent amount of times where, at the very least, you end up finding out that your character is evil. I can think of those off the top of my head. I don't pay attention to the meta commentary shit, so I can't guarantee you that these things exist. I just know that the concept's not that complicated, so I would be genuinely surprised if it had literally never been done before. They absolutely should. They aren't going to, because that involves making additional media that they're not getting extra money for, so why would most companies care? Indies still make manuals on occasion, though they are usually digital manuals. And then, of course, there's Tunic, which had the manual be part of the game. But I do agree that manuals should become more common practice again. Because you know what a manual would do? It would help give them a reason to not have incredibly long forced tutorials in every goddamn game they make. Because they could just be, hey, read the fucking manual, you Neanderthal, and maybe you know what you're doing. Can you tell that I hate those long, unskippable tutorials that tell you things you already would know if you had 2 brain cells to knock together? Because I am definitely tired of those. And I acknowledge that some of the rise of that was because of game journalists and YouTubers and such completely not paying any attention to how to play a game and then complaining about said game and giving it bad press. But still, I feel like that's not really a problem that should be negatively affecting everyone. Yes, I'm clearly so passionate about it, I must love it, rather than hating it with a fierce passion. Because it's a waste of everyone involved's time, and a complete disrespect of the player's intelligence. Not that the average player is necessarily that intelligent at this point either, but that's a whole other discussion. Yeah. To be fair, I found that kind of stuff very funny, because I had the brain to realize, hey, these people have no fucking idea what they're talking about, maybe don't take what they say seriously. But unfortunately, a lot of people take anything they're told and run with it, so we have problems like that. The same reason we have influencers and such getting people to do all kinds of absurd nonsense just because they were told to. Or they were told that this person's bad, so clearly I will question nothing and assume this person is bad. Situations happening. Drives me fucking insane that people don't have the concept of, hey, I should check this before I fucking fly off a handle about it. Yeah, if you ever really want to hear me go on a very angry rant, there's one of the topics I could go on a rant about, but we're not going into that rabbit hole. We're not going there. Because no one will be happy with where that goes. So we're just not doing that. Okay, we made it to the health again. I hit the wrong button. So speaking of nobody being happy, at the rate this stage is going, I feel like this is going to be a nobody is happy happening. Yeah, see, this is exactly the problem. A lot of people aren't willing to put in the effort because they think that their talking heads know everything. But again, we're leaving that topic behind and moving on with our lives. And don't get me wrong, Everyone's guilty of this at one point. Wait a minute. Hang on. I've done something there, and I need to figure out if I can actually just do that. Because I was standing somewhere between where I'm standing now and where I'm standing here. And I don't know how I did that. I was in between. And I don't know if that's something I can actually do or if I broke something. I think that was just broken for a second. I don't think I can actually stand there. Which, considering I've managed to fall through the map in 9 games out of 10 I've played, I really shouldn't be surprised that I find ways to stand places I'm not supposed to be standing. Well, no, saying 9 out of 10 is unreasonable. But causing something that isn't supposed to happen, that's a 9 out of 10 games statement. Because a lot of games just are unfortunately a little fragile in the way they're coded. And that goes for full releases and early access games. Now, there's plenty of bright sides to that, because honestly, I wouldn't be doing this as a job if I didn't have a tendency to do that. Part of why I started doing this was because I kept having things like that happen all the time, and I wanted to document it, so I started showing people I know those things all the time. No, that is true. Though Action 52, I feel like, is not as bad as people claim it is. Like, it's bad, but it gets a worse rap than is accurate. Because you know what the people behind Action 52 don't ask you to do? Pay for DLC. Just think of the value. 52 games in one! Hooray! Right, there were spikes there too. And we're dead. That's the exit of the area right there. Oh, this design is so fucking dirty, though. All of those ice spikes you cannot break that just drop you into the spikes because you cannot avoid them either. They're designed to land on you where you are. And I'm not convinced we have enough air control to fix that. Oh yeah. A bunch of the games in Action 52 are unfinished to the point of being literally unplayable, at least uncompletable. As far as I know, a perfectly working copy of Action 52 can at least have all of the 52 games boot, but there's like 5 or 6 of them that just end at an arbitrary stage because the game was never completed. It gets an extra bad rap because there's a lot of bad dumps of it and such out there that people will try to use, and of course, like, bad copies. Like, really the only guaranteed completable thing in there in a serious game capacity would be Cheetah Men, and that is, like, a mostly fleshed out game on the scale of the NES, with just 51 extra games stacked in with it. It's not a good game, but I can say that about a lot of things in the NES library. See, I I would actually say that Sonic 06 is a fair comparison to make there, because Sonic 06 is almost as broken in a lot of ways, but also gets a similarly way overblown reputation in that regard. Which, here is a wonderful concept for people to try out. Try actually playing games instead of just assuming that because somebody told you a game is bad, it's bad. And just carrying that forward from what somebody told you. Like, no matter how reputable a source they are, it's still worth trying a game for yourself, because even if a game's not actually good, you might still enjoy it. That is a stance I will always completely stand on. Because I've enjoyed a fair few debatably bad games. Because there's either just like the right bit of charm to the jank in it, or you try something different hard enough that it's like, you know, I can respect what you wanted out of this, even if it didn't work. And the other statement I always stand on is, play some bad games to understand what a good game looks like, instead of your scale continuing to slide harder and harder, where you become dissatisfied with everything. Cough, cough, a certain chunk of the market these days, cough, cough. Where even a slight blemish makes everybody start freaking out. And, like, there's also those people that try to demonize early access as a concept, for example. I'm not getting a full game, and there's bugs. It's like, did you read what the concept was before you bought the game? No? Well, congratulations. I'm not surprised you didn't know how to read to begin with. Is like, yes, the argument can be made that it's bad that you're basically being paid to test a game, but I would rather end up in a... I mean, you're paying, rather, to test a game, but I would rather developers do that rather than what a lot of companies end up doing anyway, which is just shovel out a broken piece of shit at release and still pretend that it's a perfectly working thing that they can charge full price for. And I'm not actually going to call out any one developer on that, because I really am hard-pressed to think of a developer, at least of the larger ones these days, that hasn't at least once fucked it completely when they've released something. Like, everyone's fucked up. That's something that I can't really be like, oh yeah, this company always fucks it up. Some have a higher tendency to fuck up than others because they don't care, but that's a whole other discussion. And yeah, that's kind of one of the things I'm talking about there, where there really isn't a middle ground in a lot of people's eyes anymore. And that's because at least I'm assuming, I have to assume the type of person that this is to a certain degree, because I do not know these people. But what I'm willing to bet the mindset that goes into that is they take information that they're given at face value and skip over a lot of things that score below a certain threshold. Because that is kind of what happens with a lot of reviewer situations, is people go, okay, this is a 5 out of 10, I'll skip that and try to find something that's like a 7 or an 8 out of 10 at a minimum. So they then start losing track of what any of that scale means. So anything that isn't perfect starts becoming a 3 out of 10 to them. Which, I'm also one of those people that says review scores are kind of garbage as a concept anyway. Because that's inherently subjective. Like, even the most objective reviewer ends up having some subjective information get in there. Like, obviously, there are some that are pretty good about it. Like, that, I'm not saying all journalists bad, because that's just an invalid statement in and of itself. Because there's no such thing as a all this is bad. That's just not how that works. Just like there's also, in my opinion, no such thing as a perfect game, because perfection doesn't really exist. No, there's a lot of things they don't realize, but which one are you thinking about? Oh, I did the thing again. I'm halfway on the ledge. It seems to only work the first time you arrive in this location. I can fly. Anyway, moving on. I mistimed that last jump, but it's fine. Also, in case people are like, why hasn't he given up on this game and tried one of the other ones at this point? We're kind of in too deep now. Because if I start any of the other ones, we're pretty much guaranteed not to finish it. Because I'm probably not going to go longer than 6 hours today, which would leave us an hour and a half to finish any of the other things I have listed. Correct. That is another big component of the problem. And especially like a first-time developer or people that are relatively new, or even a new team assembled of veterans can end up making a 5 out of 10 game because they're not used to working together. Or they try something new that doesn't quite hit. The constant chase for 7 and 8 out of 10 or higher also is what kills trying new things. That you end up with no willingness to risk things if you're always chasing perfection. And don't get me wrong, I am risk-averse myself. Like, I would never claim to be otherwise. And I am a fucking perfectionist. But I acknowledge that I am, and don't claim to be otherwise. Oh, absolutely. Because don't people mostly consider his origin point to be like that Halloween Earthbound hack? I think that was like the first thing people saw his name on? Or something like that? Or at least that's the thing I always keep hearing there. Yeah, a lot of good developers have come from either making ROM hacks, like you said there, or making mods, or anything like that. Anything that starts to get their feet in the market there. And a lot of them are scuffed, because they're learning. It's almost like while learning, you're gonna fuck up. Wild concept, I know. Yeah. I couldn't remember if that was, like, absolutely the first thing, because I would assume there are things that just, like, don't even have anybody who acknowledged that, oh yeah, Toby Fox made that. Or things that, like, didn't have his name on it or anything like that that are out there. Maybe things that he just never even released, potentially, too. But that is the first thing that's, like, known. Is, like, to use myself as the example, since, you know, even though I am no one of any significant renown, I started it somewhere. I actually started by making some really dogshit YouTube videos like 12 years ago. That's where I technically started. None of those exist anymore because I threw them away because the quality was horrific. And I would like to think that the quality increased, but, you know, there is some parts of that are still here. But it makes the point of everything and everyone has to start with bad or mediocre, or at least mid, before they can get to anything good. And it should always be a process of improving, rather than stagnation, thinking you've reached the peak at any point. Is again, stagnation is kind of the thing that comes of this whole situation where they're like, no, we have to make it perfect, or we have to make it so that it matches what people expect it to be, etc. Is this is how you end up with a lot of things that fit the mold that they started with. Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure if you went and looked at it, you could still see the essence of what Toby Fox does within that. Like, would it be raw and messy? Absolutely. But there would be pieces of how he does things in there because it's something he made. Everything someone makes has their calling card, for lack of a better way of putting it, on it. Your calling card can change over time as you develop, but you will still have a calling card of some kind. And it could even be something as simple as actually a quirky mistake you consistently make. Nice, we just flew right through there this time. We actually got the timing. Let's try to hold the armor a bit. I tried to jump over him, and then the slowdown fucked up my timing. There we go, get over that. I'm glad they gave me infinite shots. Like, imagine if this game had an ammo limit on your basic shot. That would be so bad. I don't make them anymore. I do put the VODs on YouTube, but I do not actually make, like, recorded YouTube videos anymore. I genuinely, if you could call it that, did start as a Let's Player because of the fact that that's what those videos were meant to be. They weren't any good, but that's what those videos were supposed to be. Is like bad equipment, bad at me, bad at sound quality. No understanding about how to properly make that kind of content. It was just a mess. the most positive thing I can say about the content I used to make back in those days is I did teach people a few things even then. I didn't teach much, because I didn't have much to teach at that point. Not that I can say that I have a ton to teach these days, either. Oh, we gotta shoot the core, okay. And they gave me armor here, which is interesting. Huh. So that's why this doesn't have much health, is because it's actually hard to hit it. And the homing shots are actually kind of bad for this. But no, I don't talk about the fact that I used to make those YouTube videos that often either, because they're just not that good. There's not really a reason to talk about them aside from as a benchmark of where I came from. But I cleaned all those out when I made the VOD channel because it's two separate types of content, and I had no reason to keep all that stuff around. Because I still keep my old content from this channel. Like, I have made a point of not deleting anything unless it was straight up, like, broken bad. Like, it would be unwatchable because of technical problems. Which, that's only happened a couple times. I've actually only ever not pushed a VOD, like, 3 times out of the, like, 4 years approaching we've been doing this at this point. Because I believe in letting it be a record of where I've come from and what I've done. Is it the ideal way to do that? Absolutely not. The better way to do that would be destroying underperforming trash and not actually putting it over there in the first place. But you never know when something's actually gonna be useful, either to yourself or to somebody else. Yeah, that boss was actually kind of a joke for the way that stage was. Like, I think that's the first boss we didn't die to after the first boss. I don't even know if I'm going the right way. I'm just kind of going this way and hoping for the best. Oh, those explode when you stab them. Okay, this might not be the right way because there's items, but then again, it keeps going, so maybe this is fine. Just gonna put the armor on while I learn. Okay, this takes you back up to where the jumps are. Okay. The endlessly spawning evil clones is certainly something. Oh, you bitch. You absolute abhorrent bitch. I can't believe I fell for that. I should have known they were gonna do that to me. Ooh, that sucks. I should have known they were gonna set a trap like that for me. I absolutely should have seen that coming. So admittedly, even if I had seen that coming, I don't know what I was going to do about it. There's items up there. How in the hell? Yeah, I don't know. You would have to fall from somewhere higher up. I wonder if we're gonna have, like, a proper doppelganger fight at the end of this. Or if there's gonna be a different boss. Because if we actually get something that fights like we do, we might actually be in real trouble. Especially if they have armor. I mean, that's just what this place is, apparently. This world fucking sucks. It's all wiggly and full of doppelgangers. I don't like it here. We're in the second to last stage, though, and they said something about, like, entering the Red Moon. So I presume the finale will take place, like, in the Red Moon. there's armor down here if I can survive to get there. Don't know how much this armor's actually gonna do for me, but it'll give me time. Missed it completely. I didn't realize I was gonna overshoot the platform like that. I was trying to make sure that I didn't get knocked down and instead just whee! Way past where I was going. Oh yeah, reddish moon. It's not even a red moon, it's just kind of reddish. It's just as fake as all the me's running around in here. Honestly, under just the wrong circumstances, one person can be a crowd. It's interesting how some of the clones don't even manage to jump up, they just fall. But I guess, you know, if you make a copy of somebody 1,000 times, a few of those copies just ain't gonna work out. I'm not sure why they're popping out of, like, fireballs, either. That's a whole other question mark. Yeah, I probably could make the jumps across there, and my life would probably be better than it is right now. I would like to stop being juggled so I can do things, please. Yep, there it is. No, we're not dead. Now we are, because I thought I was dead. We're so close to the end of the game now, though. It's just this stage and then the final act. We're so close. Imagine if I could, like, buffer a jump as we fall out of there. I really need to not hit those. Those explode. I mean, technically everything explodes, but those bad explode, not good explode. Oh, goodbye. I also can't help but notice that the health bar of the boss of this stage is increasing much faster than most of the other stages. So I get the feeling this might be the first time we've run into a full health boss. But who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and their health will decrease just as fast. Haha. Oh, there was just a heart up here. I mean, that's great, because that's very helpful. But I was really hoping that this was going to be one of those wacky stages where the end of the stage was, like, actually, like, 2 feet away the entire time. Wait a minute. That's where we were jumping across that whole time. Where the hell am I supposed to be going, then? Because we just came from there. Huh. Ow. Is there somewhere, like, further to the left? Remember how I was just talking about the exit being, like, 2 feet away? We weren't supposed to turn around. We were supposed to just assume that that left-hand edge was an exit. Congratulations, game. You fucking got me, I guess. Ah! Huh. So that thing just has a force push instead of an attack, I guess? Okay, that worked out. The explosion killed him, and since I had armor on, it didn't hurt me. Believe it or not, that was actually my plan. Okay, those don't take very many hits. Fuck you. I went to put the armor on and then got shoved off. Can I weaponize his push in my favor? Nope. I was trying to launch myself up to where that heart is. Let's just proceed. There's definitely games that troll harder than this, but boy oh boy, when it does, it pulls the fucking sleeves up and fucking punches you right in the nose. Oh, that was... well... Okay, we know where we're going now. We can go get a heart and armor, so that's actually not too bad. The stage is actually way nicer than it seems, once you understand where you're going. Like, so far, I would actually go so far as to say this might be one of the easier stages in this game, which is a hell of a thing to say about the second to last stage. Just let the parade run off. But again, that's probably why the boss health bar increases so quickly here, because this area is deceptively short. Which is why I even suspected to take that turn to begin with. Otherwise, why would I have even thought that I could go that way, right? Right. We are losing way too much health in here, though. Because I keep just being, like, just out of position on, like, all these swings. But thankfully, we don't have to take the high road through there. We can take the low road, go grab the items. Not that it's gonna matter, because we're basically in the same shape we were last attempt, but it's fine. Run faster, Lena, please. We gotta go. Now we know how fragile those statues are. They're not as bad to deal with. Actually, wait, wasn't there armor down here or something? Wait a minute. I don't even have to take that high path at all. You can literally just run across the bottom. But there's health up there, though. Okay, even if I hit them with range, they blow up and hit the whole screen. Keep that in mind. But it does hit the enemies on screen, too, so I think we actually saved health out of that exchange, regardless. And I'm now questioning how I blew one up without getting hurt the first time. But I suppose that's on that list of the world may never know type situations. The fact that there's two of them there is so fucking mean. We also can't get back up there. So we can't get that health now. That health is gone. So I'm gonna need to risk the other path in the next part in order to get health. Oh boy, what have you realized? Oh, dead. Buckle up, this is gonna be a whole thing, probably. God damn it. That depends on what you think it implies. Without some context of where your brain's going there, I can't help you. If you mean that this is the 4th game, yes, there are 3 other Valis games before this. I think there's actually more than 3 technically, because I think there's an unnumbered game in between somewhere. But that may be just another version of one of the other ones. I don't know the series well enough to answer that. But if there's something else you're gleaning from that, I don't know if I can answer that. Is the problem with that, does that mean what I think it means statement, is that assumes the person you're talking to has any idea what you mean. Believe it or not, I passed up the earlier Valis games for doing them today because when I tried at least one of them, they were much harder. And I believe most of them are actually harder than this one. Okay. You made it sound like something more significant than just the simple concept, so I couldn't tell with you on that one, because sometimes you go flying off in a very interesting direction, and I can't ever be sure. I blew that up on purpose, because it clears the ones chasing us. Alright. We're out of there with decent health and most of our armor intact. And about that most of our armor. Apparently I was wrong about that part, because we're down to red immediately. I guess the bomb hit probably took off more than I thought. That's kind of why I can't be sure about that, yeah. His tone doesn't exist in text, for example, so I have no means of checking whether you're memeing necessarily. Oh god, fucking damn it. Well, it's fine, we have an armor refresh, I'm just gonna leave. We'll take what we've got and see what we get into out there. Because I do not feel like climbing that whole thing again and dodging all those fireballs again. Just to potentially fall again. So this whole fireball thing is really fucking mean, I gotta say, since you can't get rid of them because they blow up. So you're stuck in an awkward situation of you take damage or you take damage in some of these cases. Okay, there's another heal right there anyway, that's fine. Oh, but we do have to go down, but there's armor there. You know what? We actually came out of that pretty good. You're fucking kidding me. Okay, it's a different one, just same armor. Okay, that's fine. I did not realize using a second armor would do that. I thought it was just gonna refresh the armor. Huh. Well, that was a bad time to learn that, because now he's gonna kick my ass, I think. His pattern's not terrible, he's just hard to hit. I don't know what you're trying to say when you're saying I think taking damage is better than taking damage. I'm assuming you were trying to say dealing damage is better than taking damage. And in a lot of cases I agree, but with the way this game works, I kind of wanted to have my cake and eat it too there by having more armor available, because I didn't know what his pattern was going to be yet. If I know their pattern, obviously I would rather have everything that can hurt my target on hand, because I can just dodge. But I don't know the pattern yet still. Like, I think we've seen most of his pattern from that fight, but I would still rather have more of a pattern available. Okay, as long as we take certain parts of this slow, we're fine. Either I said something wrong or you heard something weird, and I can't guarantee which because I was in the middle of a lot there. Because bear in mind, my words are not going to be correct every time. Especially during a scenario like this, where I'm kind of getting tired and having to kind of flail for my life. And I do mean flail because my accuracy has become very questionable. Okay. So with this game, a choice between taking damage or taking damage differently definitely would be something this game would cause me to have happen. Like, I would correct that, but I don't even know what I said anymore, because I already forgot what I said. But this game is definitely home to at least a couple no-win scenarios like that so far. Okay, we got him. Let's actually go back for it this time because we still have some of our armor left. And without the statues in the way, the fireballs aren't the worst. You know, till you get a pattern like this where you just can't even do anything. Oh, the statues come back. You know what? Never mind. Fuck that. Actually want the ground chaser because it kills these in one hit. I should have activated it to get up to the heart, thinking about it. But that's why that's dangerous to have. Because sometimes it'll hit a bomb. I don't know why I jumped into that. Fuck you. This is where I needed that other fucking attack. Because this is a big pain in the ass otherwise. Okay, let's go get the healing that's over there. Because we can go into this fight with full armor, mostly full health. I mean, red is in purple, so it is reddish. Unless you want to call that pink, which is still reddish. Nobody ever said it was actually red. They just said it was reddish. This entire planet is very red adjacent. Looks like this guy's immune to ranged attacks, because I can hurt him with melee, but hitting him when he's doing the exact same thing with my ranged attack wasn't working. Oh, he did 3. This is the other reason why I was like, I think I'm gonna need all the armor I can get, is it seemed like he was immune to range, and I was correct in that theory. Though he has a lot of fucking health. I jumped too early. Thankfully you can at least duck that attack. I actually probably could duck this one. No, I can't. Why is... Huh. He, like, clanks out harder when he does this one. Which is interesting. I guess I should stop trying to get extra hits at this part. Or to speed this along, even though I really would like to speed this fight up because he has a lot of fucking health. He does give me, like, a ridiculous amount of opportunities to hit him, though. I I feel like they just started getting lazy with the bosses, considering visually this guy's like 90% the same as the other boss, but with a face on his chest. And he just flies back and forth. I whip myself back and forth. I whip myself back and forth. Whoop. Whoop. I jumped way too early. Also, he was higher that time. Oh, I think I know why. I think there's a specific timing where if I jump too early, he actually ends up coming through higher. Because I think it's actually actively targeting. He'll fight like a NASCAR driver. He's taking a left turn! He's taking a left turn! Oh, he's going right now. He's taking a left turn again! Whatever will we do as he dies? I'm kind of mad we died to him the first time. I gave him too much credit. You defeated 3rd General. Gallagher looking forward to defeat Mater Ma'am. That was certainly a sentence. Act 7, Gallagher. Okay, this boss has a full health bar to start with, so I don't need to worry about rushing through here. But, it got pinker and weirder, that's for sure. Hopefully I can get some gear before this. Okay, heart. I can't make it back up, so whatever I end up dropping down to get is all I'm gonna have. Yep, I was right to wait, because we can reach these from the ground. Put the armor on, heal to full, or mostly full, and grab all of these. Let's go! Wait. Didn't I fucked up putting the armor on, didn't I? I just realized... Oh, is it gonna be a boss rush? It's gonna be a boss rush, isn't it? Because this was the second boss. So if it's a boss rush, where's the first boss? Well, thanks for the health extension, I guess. And heal up. Am I gonna... I think it is gonna be a boss rush, and we're probably gonna get resources along the way. Yeah. I'd rather have that. No healing this time, huh? That's fine. Oh, it's this fight again. Fuck me. And I don't think they have reduced health much at all, considering how many hits that other guy took. I can kind of use the homing attack to tell me where he's going to be coming from. We also don't have room to duck. Oh, and there's double fireballs. Wonderful. How nice for you that you get fucking 2 scoops of fireball. And bear in mind, we haven't even begun to hit the health bar of the boss, because these aren't the actual boss. God damn, they have so much health. Why does there have to be a fucking boss rush? Why? Though we would be doing a lot better if I hadn't wasted my armor. Now, the downside is we have a smaller max health bar going into this. But it'll at least be full. Let's actually put the armor on correctly this time, because I think I, like, more or less animation canceled myself the first time because I went too quick. I don't really want these, so we'll just leave those behind. And we'll use the low shots, because he's going to spend his time on the ground anyway. Now, an argument can be made for saving my armor for the next fight, but I can also just save health for that fight. And it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, arguably. There we go, there's the health extension as well. And we didn't really take any damage of any substance there, so I'm not going to worry about healing yet. I want as many of the dragon shots as I can get because the homing is useful. There we go, we got 3 of them. This is basically a free hit during this phase of the fight. Oh, I see. If you hit them before they collide with you, they don't actually do damage in this part. That's why sometimes I was taking damage and sometimes I wasn't. I see. I just immediately got screwed there, though, so let's go ahead and heal up. So the dragons were the right idea and even more reasons than I thought. Yeah, and we can also only hit them every so often while they're doing that, it seems. But they have to be in their invincibility to not hit me, it seems. Got him. That was way better this time, and because of having just so many homing shots to throw at them. Okay. Can I get any more health? Or is all the healing at the beginning of this and you're just not going to get any more anymore? Nope, there's healing there. I'm going to go ahead and sacrifice those extra shots to use that heal now. Sure, we'll take that. Alright. Should be the fish now, I guess. Oh no, they skipped that fight. Okay, it's not all of them. The boss order was not scrambled. The boss order was correct. The second boss was before the fourth boss. They're skipping bosses is what happened. It's not actually a different order. We went straight to flying guy now. Huh, that is how I thought that worked. Oh, he's doing more dashes this time, and faster. He's actually a credible threat now. It's also letting me get less hits in, which is kind of annoying. Like, he's running away quicker. Oh, there we go. He did the dumb move this time. Hop. Hop, hop. Hop, hop. Yeah, I think we want to let him reach the ground so we get more hits. It is weird that it's a shortened boss order, but I'm thankful for it, honestly. Because it makes it more reasonable to get through. Too early. We might still die to him, though, because I just start getting tired. He's not dead yet. Nope, he bailed out quick that time. Because I fucked up by attacking too early, I think. I didn't duck because it ate the duck input. I swung one too many times before telling her to duck. That's entirely my fault, but I can be mad about it all I want. This is why I kind of hate boss rushes that have no checkpoints, though, because you end up basically having to start perfecting earlier bosses. Which, you know, if you're into that, that's great, but it starts getting very frustrating and starting to really feel like a waste of your time after you do it like 8 times. At least that's how I feel about it. Like, obviously, this is all based on how I feel about things. None of what I'm saying is like, oh yeah, this is a universal truth of how this stuff is meant to work. And if you take it as such, you may want to review how you view the world. Because you may be taking the word of random people on the internet a little too strongly. This attempt is going way worse. Because not only did we lose all of our armor, but we actually took a hit there. 2 hits. We have room to heal enough, so we'll go ahead and heal. Grab the homing shots like last time. There we go. Didn't get anything I didn't want. God damn it. If they keep coming up through the floor, though, I can't really do anything about that. And then there's the times where the dragon passes through him at least once before actually doing anything. Now it's just a shit pattern. I feel like they are flying slower this go-around. Like, compared to the original boss fight, not compared to moments ago. If he was slower than literally a few minutes ago, I'd have some questions about the game design at that point. I'm gonna have to heal earlier than I would like to. But I just don't want to die here. I refuse to give this thing the satisfaction of killing me. Might get it anyway, though. Because horse shit's happening. Nope, there we go. We're not in great shape for the next fight. Honestly, I kind of wish they had given me boss 1 instead of that fight, but that's of course why they gave us that fight instead of boss 1, because boss 1 would have been easy. I don't even know if these dragons will hurt him. Nope, they just bounce off. That's kind of what I figured. Yeah, I think he's meant to do more than what he's doing here as far as flying back and forth goes, but I think we just keep getting him in a loop, so his AI doesn't know what to do other than keep doing that. Because that's a common thing, especially in this era, where you can just kind of get a boss in a loop. Nope, I hit him too early. It's nice when he syncs up with the music when he's dashing, so I can actually use that as a cue for when he's gonna dash. He just goes ba 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 ba, and he just goes flying by with each ba. Wah! Yahoo! Yee! You missed me. I got distracted by the beep I heard because I accidentally hit the item button. And that's what you get for fucking around too hard, me. Nope. I think sometimes he just does just leave. I think the timing might actually not have anything to do with it. Yeah, but see, we hit him early and he still flew away that time. Almost didn't make that jump. Oh, I jumped too early, so he ended up higher. The problem is he is just so much of a test of patience after all of the other fights we do to get there. Let me take a look at something so I know how viable getting through this actually is. Okay. So good news. That's the only other fight that's left. We only have to get through fly back and forth guy to get to the final battle. That's what I wanted to know. Ordinarily, I'd treat that as a spoiler, but with how long we've been going, I kind of needed that information for my sanity. Alright, let's do this. I did forget to put the ground attack on. I really shouldn't just tank those fireballs with the armor like I've been doing. Got him. And we had armor to spare this time. Hell yeah. Much better. Don't really need the ground attack shots anymore. Let's go ahead and just equip one of the dragons immediately so I don't distract myself with that at the start of this fight. Yeah, having armor left over actually is kind of huge. And it's gone. Because I just could not get the dragons to go where they needed to this time. Why are we not avoiding damage this time? Like, not just the I'm getting hit thing, the fact that we're not managing to stop them from colliding with us when we hit them now. Was it a bug that it was happening the first time? Or is it a bug that it's not happening now? All I know is we were doing so well and it's all gone to fucking hell again. Because once again, this fucking jerk ruins everything. Oh my god, and the eaten inputs are getting real bad this time, too. Fuck you. Oh wow, I got one more in there. So what I think is happening is I was actually utilizing the fact that inputs were getting eaten, and instead of the inputs being eaten, I think it was eating the information where I would have gotten hit, for lack of a better way of explaining it. And because I was in the middle of explaining that, instead of using my fucking heal, I died. Because I wanted to save that last shot, and I'm like, but I have a shot left, I shouldn't waste it, dead. Wasting everything I had. From doing so much better to doing so much worse. Such is the way of things. So arguably, I could probably just not even put the armor on for this fight. Except for that fucking immediate fireball. Fucking contact damage. Nice. I think we came out of that with more armor left than last time. I'm not really sure because it doesn't change color enough for me to be able to tell until it hits red. Which, you know, we all know that when it hits red, it's about to go. So that part's obvious. For some reason, I thought there was another homing attack up there. Oh, I ended up with an extra. God damn it. I'm not gonna use that one. Yeah, we did end up with the same amount of hits as last time. Good amount of hits, good amount of hits. Not so good on me getting hit, but you know, it's fine. Honestly, if we just clock enough damage, I'll be satisfied. Because that'll still end the fight faster than he could do too much harm. Oh, that's actually a good pattern. That should be pretty good. Yep. I knew I had like one more hit left. That's why I was just trying to hit them, but I could not land the hit for some reason. We're actually in a way better position now. So much so that, for sake of sanity, it's time for save states to come into play, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you feel about that. Because this is too good a position for me not to try to hang on to. There we go, I managed to chase him out of his laser phase. Because it seems like approaching him causes him not to laser. And as soon as he doesn't laser, he just gets caught in the dive loop from there. This guy would be an absolute joke if he wasn't immune to ranged attacks, if I'm honest. Because you could so easily just keep firing homing attacks as you hop over him, instead of having to at least hit him in melee as you go past him. Which does make him an interesting kind of like joust opponent a bit. Let's go ahead and heal up just to make sure I don't botch this after doing so well. I say knowing full well that I still have it entirely in my power to botch this. And if you're thinking I'm still measuring his movements in how many beats of the song are going, you'd be correct. Because that's about the only way I have to tell when he's going to come flying by with any real accuracy. Is my own sense of time, as far as seconds go, is not accurate enough to be like, oh yeah, he'll appear right then. I'm cutting it too close now. I've actually fucking thrown, and I hate it. Because now we're gonna get to the final bit and have, like, nothing left. Or be dead, because I got bumped once, which throws off the entire loop. Anyway, that was a bad dream. What happened? was all a dream. I should probably grab some of these for the future. Ignoring the fact that it's going to make my inventory messier to work with. Part of why I got hit is I was starting to get greedy like I'm doing right here and try to hit him as he's flying back and forth. I feel like he has more hits this time than he had last time, and I jumped way fucking early. What's wrong with my brain? Why am I botching this so badly suddenly? Like, 1 is forgivable, 2 is just, what the fuck are you doing? And I almost want to just throw this attempt away because I've gotten hit so many times already. It's fucking shameful is what it is. I'm gonna blame it on the fact that I threw my own rhythm off somehow. How did I do that? I don't know. I did, though. I'll give them credit as far as this being a boss rush for one thing, and that's it guarantees you on every life that you have your max possible health bar. You just have to do well enough to be able to utilize that. Like, I see the logic behind the fact that it gives you a way of guaranteeing the player has enough points to have quite a bit of extension on their health bar. Got him. I'm gonna keep the save state where it is for the moment, though. Because there's room for improvement still. I want that heart. Yeah, there's armor. That's what I figured. Okay, got the armor. The armor on, dum-dum. Got the heart. Okay. Anything else? There was another heart up there if I committed, but there's armor here too. I'll take the armor. The armor I think might actually do more for me than a heart would. And as usual, we can't go back, so... This is a pretty good setup, though. I think... No. No, I will stick to what I said and keep the save state where it was. Behold. Your life ends now. Meh. They really hover long on each of these dialogue boxes, but I'll give them credit, they at least gave them animated mouths. For a Super Nintendo game, that's actually not bad. Oh, another suit of armor? He does have hit point absorber, though, which is concerning. Oh, am I fighting? What the... What are we doing here? Am I just waiting? Am I supposed to hit those back at you? What are we doing here? Okay, that was just a phase of the fight. Okay, he has a freeze attack as well. Love that for him. Grab that armor. I don't mean to alarm anyone, but I can't help but notice that his health bar hasn't moved. He's taking damage, I hear the hit sounds, but he's not, like, taking enough damage for it to matter yet. Is there a trick to this? Am I missing something here? It does say he's a hit point absorber, so maybe he's gained more health than is shown because he stole some of mine already? Or is this just like a phase of the fight and there's gonna be another phase after this? Probably gonna be a multi-phase fight if I were to hazard a guess. Which is kind of extreme after taking you through a 3-stage boss rush. So far, this isn't that tough, though. Like, he's hitting me a lot. But he's not, like, super dangerous or anything. Okay, yeah, those don't even home in on him. That freeze attack's getting real old, you know. I say as he chooses to fucking do it again. And again. So honestly, he's giving me a hit every time he does it now, aside from when it just happens to clip me. Why is your attack pattern, like, hopping around like an idiot, by the way? Why is that, like, your main non-magical attack so far? Fuck me. I'm glad he's so guard-prone, though, so he doesn't actually capitalize on... Okay, no, there is no other phase. He just had that much more health than the bar showed. Because he's finally starting to take damage now that we're about to die. Yeah, we lost that one. He is, like, ridiculously tanky. God damn. Okay, hold that thought for a second. I did not mean to put the heart there, but I was going to do that in a second anyway. Let's see. Okay. I wanted to see if the guide made mention of him actually, like, specifically having extra health, or if it was the HP stolen. I'm pretty sure it was the HP he took that made him have a bar past what his actual health bar showed. Which actually, since both of these bosses seem to be immune to ranged attacks, I don't even know if there's a point to me picking these up. So let's just not clutter things. Then again, he does have power-ups on the way to him, though most of them were health pickups, so I don't know. Way too early. Early. What the fuck am I doing? You know, aside from botching this so badly. it's also possible that his health bar is extending past the maximum with how long it's taking us to do this. Like, maybe there's a way to beat these bosses faster that they expect you to be doing by this point. Which I feel like we killed them actually fairly quick, all things considered. Like, obviously, I could hit this guy more as he's flying by, but that's about the best way I can make this go faster, for example. Got him. Okay. We're slightly worse off than we were last time, I think. But I'll give it a go because we're here. Yeah, they do give you homing shots, so I feel like either that's a bait, or you're meant to be able to use them against him. Well, that's fine. We'll start the fight with armor as we usually do for these. Yeah, and the radius is there, so it's probably not going to be the case that I'll be able to grab the health and the armor at the end there. I'm pretty sure that's not going to work. I also can't skip this, so take a moment to get a drink and things like that while he yammers. And thank you all for hanging along for this, because I know it's been a bit of a grind to get through this game, so I appreciate you hanging out, not just going, wow, this is going nowhere fast, I'm just gonna leave. Now we know how this part works. Oh, well, that's a fucking cheap shot. Okay. They speed up so much. I was gonna say, now that we know how this part works, I shouldn't get hit much. But the mode 7 on these is actually kind of deceptive a little bit. Come the fuck on! Quit spamming the ice attack, you piece of shit! Yeah, see, that still bounces. Yeah, that is, like, brutal to try to dodge at this point. Like, when he's, like, right there. I feel like they have him spam the ice attack on purpose, because it's just gonna eat your time and make you make mistakes. Not to mention, it's the best move he has for guaranteeing damage on the player. Unless you can dodge it, which I keep jumping too fucking early because the slowdown makes it move slow sometimes. And then there's the fact that he just is gonna kill me by walking into me. Really? That counted, huh? That last, like, corner pixel counted. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, do your dumb prance around attack so I can hit you, you fucking bastard. The fact that he doesn't take knockback more than half the fucking time, though, is stupid. Oh, sparks. Based on the way the guide phrases it, though, I think he's actually gone into another phase of the fight here. Now that he starts using the dive attack and the multi-spark. Ignoring the fact that his health bar hasn't fucking moved. Yeah, I think my biggest gripe with this fight is he's a huge target who just keeps, like, mashing himself into you instead of fighting. Like, it's the same problem I talk about all the time with contact damage, because they're using it as a way to make the boss fight dangerous without actually having to bother to code in more than, like, 2 attacks for him. It's always very annoying, and I genuinely think it's lazy. It's like, okay, how do we make this boss dangerous? I know, let's make him fucking huge, and then just walk into you all the time. Like, you would figure he would have a failsafe in his AI so he doesn't just keep approaching constantly. You would think there'd be a point where he would stop approaching, because there's boss AI, even before this, that's smart enough not to just walk into the player and just keep walking into them over and over again. Like, they're designed to keep spacing so that you don't just get contact damage spammed to death. But I suppose that would involve developers that gave a shit about the player not just losing by any means necessary. I jumped way too early because now I'm starting to get annoyed, and I'm also just thrown off a little bit. So the whole thing's starting to fall apart again. Problem is, I don't think there's any world in which I would do the other 2 parts of this better enough to make it worth redoing those. They would just make things worse rather than better. Which obviously, if you're playing these as you would originally, you would have to accept the fact that you're going to end up playing some of those fights worse, and it would just be an awful experience. Like, is there room for improvement in all of those boss fights before this? Absolutely. Room for improvement enough that I'd be able to do it? Absolutely not. Not at this point. We've been going for too long at this point, I think, for me to be like, yeah, I could make that better. I'm too fucking tired at 6 hours in. And to be like, yeah, I could beat that without getting hit at all. Absolutely not. The best one I did so far was one of the earlier attempts on that second one, where I ended up nearly no-hitting. Yep, that's what I was afraid of, but I wanted to try to get both. Now we get to sit through blah 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 blah, blah again. And the reason why I want the armor more than the health is the armor, I assume, will beat his HP drain. Because it will make me not take damage, therefore he would drain nothing. That's why I'm focusing on the armor for this fight. I feel like they give you the HP kind of as a gotcha move. Like, aha! You grabbed the HP, now he's gonna take it from you. Grab this one. I got my inputs reversed because I'm focusing on where those are flying in from too much. So I ended up not using the item in time. Wait. I might have something here. Yeah, I think I understand how his ice attack works now. It's when you hit him when he's guarding, I think, that he does the ice attack more. And he tries to just hop at you otherwise. Well, most of the time. Like, obviously, he'll still use the ice attack now and then, as you see there. But I think it... Oh, no. What? Now he's doing that attack. What? I don't understand. We're at this phase way earlier this time, and I'm confused. Because I don't think I did that much more damage to him, but I did have more opportunities to damage him, so maybe I did. But we still haven't moved his health bar in any real capacity, so who knows? I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to avoid some of this shit, though. Dick move, man. Dick move. Because, like, when he's hopping around, I don't know how you're supposed to not just get contact damage there. I mean, I guess spacing like this is probably your best shot. Still haven't moved his health bar, by the way. In case anyone was wondering and hadn't noticed. Health bar is still fully red. Fuck you. Health bar is still full. And remember, this is just normal difficulty. This game has a hard mode, which is probably absolute garbage to play. Unless you just hate yourself. Okay, we finally moved the health bar, and now he's just walking into me even more. Yeah, like that dive attack. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that? Like, you can avoid it, but you can't avoid anything he does after that if you do, because he takes up the whole fucking arena with it. Like, is there a very specific timing where you might be able to get him to dive to a better spot? Maybe. But that's so fucking precise. With movement that isn't that precise to begin with, and an enemy that is hard to tell what he's doing because he has very little animation. For all that this is actually a well-animated game, he does not have that much of an animation tell to, like, anything he does. As in the grand scheme of things. Like, he has axe down and axe up, and then not much else. I thought he was gonna come in from the other side. Not an auspicious start. Fuck this. This attempt is going in the bin straight away. I don't fucking care. Like, something was just off with... I'm falling apart now. Falling apart. We may just actually be at a point where I might genuinely not be able to do this. Is at this point in the day. Which, let me tell you, being at the literal final boss and starting to get that feeling really fucking sucks. But he also just has an asinine amount of hit points. Like, I don't know who greenlit a boss with basically double the maximum health bar. Because with the amount of times we hit him, he had to have gone through more than a natural health bar worth before even getting to his health bar. And I'm just so fucking off now that... Because we're hitting that threshold of I'm just so sick of fighting this stupid bastard. Because we've fought this specific back and forth guy, what, 8 times now? 9 times? I haven't really been counting. I'm just guessing based on the fact that we failed a couple times and then we've tried the final fight like 3 times. So 6 just seems like a good ballpark answer. But, like, my focus is clearly fading based on how fighting this guy's going. Which, part of that's me just getting so fucking fed up with this, and some of this is fatigue. What would be nice is if I actually hit that magic threshold of I'm so fucking annoyed with it that I just blitz the thing somehow that we've done before. Ordinarily, at a point like this, I would snooze the ad, but honestly, you're probably gonna be back from the ad by the time this stupid bastard's dead. So, it doesn't really matter. And even if he isn't, I'll have gotten the items and have gotten through the cutscene at best at that point, so you're really not gonna miss any of the fight. Okay. Not great. We definitely could have done better. But it's a viable attempt-ish. With an emphasis on the ish. I need to be able to get everything here other than the thing I can't physically get. Technically, I could actually just fall off there. I'm just gonna go ahead and heal straight away. We'll have 3 suits of armor to use for this fight. So 3 suits of armor is not terrible. I would have rathered have full health, a heal, and 3 suits of armor, but that's me being greedy, perhaps. And we're gonna hold the armor for a little bit, potentially. See if that encourages me to play smarter instead of just trying to tank him. Like, we'll use 1 at the start to prevent him from draining health at the start. Because these are obviously HP stealing orbs he's throwing at the beginning. And we could experiment with the idea of trying to hit him with the super move, but I doubt that does much, because it didn't do much to the other boss that I used it on, so why would it work better here? Of course he's gonna cheat me out while I've got my armor on. Why wouldn't he? Oh yeah, he just does this straight away, huh? Okay. The slowdown made me second guess my spacing. There goes that first armor, but it's fine. We actually did some decent work with it. Now he's diving already. I just get real bad reads on some of these attacks for some reason, and I can't really give you a, like, logical explanation why. Like, realistically, this guy shouldn't actually be that tough a fight, either. But he does some shit patterns like the multi-dive he did there, for example, where you're just screwed. Because he just pins you in a corner over and over again. Hope you don't like having hit points, because you're not gonna. And then this shit happens, where it's like, oh hey, I'm gonna freeze you now, while you're pinned in a corner already. So you don't get to play the game at all. Like, we're in our 3rd suit of armor already, and he isn't even out of his fucking 1st health bar. This is so garbage. Oh, you're gonna ice twice now, huh? Fuck you, buddy. And then there's the knockback loop you can get caught in, where if you try to turn around at the wrong time when you're getting knocked back, you just get knocked back again. I think I might have an idea for dodging the charge. Yeah, run under him, not be away from him. Being stupid about that. Which is not a surprise because, you know, brain is starting to fall out of my ass at this point. I think that is a range limit. Yeah. Yep, ice comes out, but I think I'm out of range. Yep. Need to just stop panicking so much. This fight goes way easier. Oh, new move. The ice to go away. Fuck you. Of course I got caught by it because I tried to jump over. Oh, now he's dodging. Look at him. Now he's trying to avoid me. Okay, they don't all do the same pattern. Understood. He's become a weird, like, fucking pinball man. Oh. Eye laser now. Okay. Okay, he does those at closer range, too. Wonderful. I kind of figured that was gonna be like a I go to the corner and do that thing. Not he just spams that when he feels like it. He's also gained back a lot of health because of that. Because those are the HP absorbing orbs. Okay, where's this going? Straight at me! Okay, I kind of expected them to do something other than that for some reason. Really just going through multiple attacks back to back here, huh? Okay. I love when I get to play the game. I love when I get to participate in these fights. And they don't just spam 5 ranged attacks back to back, so I can't move. On the bright side, with how that attempt went, I have more hope. I suddenly have way more hope. This may be massive amounts of copium instead of hope, but it's fine. I looked away for a second and got lasered. Wonderful. Nope, he bailed. I'm getting hits in while he's charging, but I'm watching getting any hits in the other part. Really, but I got away from him anyway. And I got hit. I got hit twice! Lovely. I'm so glad this went from a smooth attempt to fucking falling apart. Like, it was smooth but kind of slow to fuck me. so good. Why are you fucking stupid? Why is he also not dead yet is a better question. We've hit him so many times on the way back and forth. Which I think that's part of why this attempt started falling on its face, is because I made the mistake of assuming that he was going to die soon. That kind of evened out with the rest of the attempts a bit. Because I still have the extra heart. Like, it's on par with the last one, I would say, except we're down, like, one more hit. I'm gonna take a risk. Yes, I can get both! Okay, so it is possible to get all of the above. You know what? I think I'm actually gonna put a save state here. Because this might be the ideal scenario, where we have the 3 armors and a health and most of our health. The only way I could do better is if I get through the previous fight with the other hit point restorer left. But with how we did on the last attempt, I'm willing to try this at this point, because we are a little bit better than we were when we almost won. So there's potential here. I just need to be able to armor through his hit point stealing moves, because I presume that the armor will, like I said before, nullify the HP steal. Can I make this happen? Obviously, as usual, armor up straight away. Yeah, I knew I was gonna get tagged at least once there. Because my timing got a little askew because my dash stopped dashing. And we got lots of free hits for him there. Wonderful. But we figured out how better to avoid a lot of his attacks, so we might be in a better position overall here. Except he's in such a wacky fucking pattern right now that I just got so thrown off. Like, he was being real weird with the timing on a lot of that. The fact that he can sometimes just block even though his block wasn't up till after my swing goes through might be the single most infuriating thing here. It's like dealing with one of those kids that just goes, no you didn't, to everything you fucking do. Now he's fucking bunny hopping again. Okay, let's put another suit of armor on, because we should be getting down into actually dealing health damage here in a moment. Or not. Health bars are a fucking lie, you know. There we go. Now we're in HP damage. What the fuck was he doing there? He just kept repeating that over and over again. I get confused a little bit when he just starts repeating things like that. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Why is your pattern being weird? Oh, this is just a fucking cheap shot and a half, though, isn't it? Just doing this while I'm literally in a corner, and can't avoid it at all. Things a good AI is usually designed not to do. Fire an unavoidable attack like that just because fuck you. But no, he loves his unavoidable attacks, because that's how he wins these fights. Okay, that still fires even behind him. I kind of figured that wouldn't fire behind him for some reason. And those those bounce so fucking weird. The fact that this guy has so much health and HP stealing moves, by the way, complete and utter horseshit. I just want people to know that, in case you didn't figure that out already. And now he's gonna get a bunch of health back again. Because what the fuck was I gonna do in that position? Now he goes back to the you don't get to fight back act phase of things. Literally tried to stomp on my fucking head there. I'm not a Goomba, motherfucker. I'm just getting so annoyed now because this guy's pattern is such fucking dog shit sometimes. And that was me dying to it not jumping, even though I pressed jump. You're getting so close, and yet we are so far. Let's go ahead and put this armor on immediately, instead of putting it on after I get in there so it doesn't throw me off. What I probably should do is pause and then save state past this cutscene so it stops being part of what's making me super impatient and frustrated. Because there's just only so much of this I can sit here and look at. Blah, 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 blah. It also gets us past the flashing if I do this the smart way, so probably for the best. Because we pause here, we put the fresh save state down, and we'll be in the same position, but less time wasting. I thought they were tracking me. Turns out that one was just going right down the middle for some fucking reason. Great, we're doing this again. Could you not? Oh my god. He's doing the dick pattern again. I liked the other one better where I actually got to fight you. But I definitely see why the guide specifically says you will win with patience. Because holy shit, this guy takes forever to die. Like, if this guy just had a standard boss health bar, I would say this is actually a reasonable fight. But because he has, like, a triple health bar, this just takes way too fucking long. And then you combine it with him doing shit like that, and it just becomes more of a nuisance than a fight. Really? Caught me with just the very end of it, huh? Hey, look, I can block. I can keep blocking all day. This is why fighting games give you throws to use against assholes who sit there and just spend the whole fight blocking. almost like counterplay is a necessary part of something being interesting. I was close enough that time that I could at least jump over him. Which is a move I really should be using more often in those situations, but again, brain's not at full potential at this point. Okay, I can make him waste those by being under him. Good to know. Take a hit from one, but that's fine. We have armor. Oh, there's the cheap shit again. Fan shot's fine. This is the bad one again. Don't have armor for it this time, so he's just getting his health right back. Yeah, that didn't work at all. I thought I could run under it. I timed it wrong, though, I think. I think that might actually be a move, though, is running under it. Just have to time it very precisely. I was in the exact wrong position to try to dodge that one. We're getting so close, but he just starts doing constant HP steal moves, and it's just like, hey, hope you didn't want this fight to end this year. Okay, that's the move. But it has to be in a specific position for that to work. I still cannot get my head around that, the bouncy one, for some fucking reason. And I think it's because they bounce inconsistently. This should be a point where he can be hurt, by the way. This right here should be damageable, but no. Then our precious prince wouldn't fucking get to live for 3,000 years. Our precious boss fight needs to be the worst experience you've had in the game up to this point, or we didn't do our job. Oh good, he just immediately goes into range spam mode again. My favorite. We keep getting so close. I don't understand what he's doing with these orbs sometimes. Sometimes he targets with them, and then other times he just kind of shits them in random directions, and I can't really fathom which is which. Also, this is another prime example, by the way, of a boss fight that takes away the method by which you usually will fight a boss, which is melee and ranged, and force you to only use one of your options, by the way. Which, again, is not really, I would say, good design, particularly, because it's like, well, what the fuck's the point of me having these ranged options if you're just gonna arbitrarily say I can't use them anymore? Like, I will admit, him being the final boss is the time for something like that to work. I'll admit that. But the fact that the fight right before him also does that kind of precludes that argument. Especially when you have to fight the range immune jackass twice. And And then again, you add it together with the fact that this guy has a massively inflated hit point pool. And it just doesn't go together very well. Quit standing on my head! It's like you just get stun locked sometimes when he decides to just walk on your head. As we've said many a time, holding W is not a valid strategy. Stop it! I thought I had him pattern locked for a second there. Yep, of course, didn't make it over the ice. I should have went for the clearance jump going over him. Yeah, that's why. Also doesn't help that our attack does, like, very little damage to him. I feel like if they wanted to have, like, an epic moment here, they could have easily, like, powered up our sword for this bit or something. Make this fight go faster while still having him be dangerous and, like, making it treat him as a credible opponent. Instead of what he really is, complete fucking shitlord. Really? We're not doing that. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Like, he can be hit in the air when he's doing the orb attacks, for example, so why can't he be hit during his other moves? Don't understand. Okay, even with armor on, he steals health. Love that for me. And now he's gonna spam! Hooray! Nope. You have to drop between the third and fourth one, I think. But I keep not managing to get the landing. He also steals, like, a lot of health when he steals health, which is not great. We were so close to winning, and he just decided, hey, I'm just going to steal all of your hit points. Is you have patterns you can't beat, so I'm just gonna keep spamming those patterns and do nothing else. This fight is hot garbage, and whoever made it should be ashamed of themselves. Yep, it hit again. And then my dash doesn't work because, God forbid, things work properly. Oh, hey. Got caught by a pixel again. Oh, that armor you had doesn't matter. Why are you allowed to have nice things? Oh, right, you aren't. Haha. quit using walk on me as a attack strategy, you fucking bastard. This isn't ease. Bump combat is not part of how this game works. And then, for some reason, Lena decided it was a great idea to face the wrong direction, even though she was told to turn around. The last attempt was so clean for so long, and this is just a shit show this time. Uh-huh. You know what would be nice? If this fucking idiot with his giant axe ever actually used his axe instead of just running into me with it. No, he has to compensate for the fact that he's small in all other regards other than being a giant asshole. Stop it. You are too big to be trying to fucking hop over my head like it's a funny idea. Sad to say that this pattern where he's doing the ice attack over and over again is still an improvement over the goddamn health-stealing moves. Oh hey, I just summoned those into existence, huh? Okay. Time to put the armor on. It's the ice, we just walk away from that. It's fine, I can outrun that. I keep getting the wrong read on which one he's doing. So I stand back and then he starts shitting bubbles. Ah, there goes my armor, and I'm getting recoiled. And there's the fuckery again. Once again, so close, yet so fucking far. As this fucking coward refuses to accept the fact that he's been beaten. Down here so I may beat your ass royally. Of course, now he's just gonna start contact damaging me to death again. And I'm in the wrong positioning. This is fucking over. So of course he just starts spamming the charge the second I actually have a good angle on him, and he was almost dead. I can't believe I'm saying that I would rather him just spam the HP orbs at that point. 'Cause at least that I started to have down. Meanwhile, I had gotten so used to him doing everything else that I forgot how to avoid the other shit. Because this fight takes so goddamn long to end. Like, I don't think this guy even needs a boss rush. He genuinely is such a long fight on his own that he takes about as long as the other 3 bosses do to kill. And I'm not even sure if I'm joking about that. Okay, there's something wrong here. That was a very generous pattern for a bit there. Put the armor on immediately. I don't trust it. Something fucky's gonna happen. Like that. Yeah, exactly like that. Fucking hell. I keep being greedy about that. I shouldn't greed that. I should just wait. But sometimes he does this shit where he just doesn't give you any openings to attack him. But we do have another armor and our heals still, and he's actually taking damage, so I'm happy. We'll see how long my happiness lasts. Yep, there's the ice coming out. We're out of range, so we're good. Yes, yes, hippity-hoppity. Your ass is gonna be my fucking property. The armor on, don't get penisy. Farah, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? You've caught us in the final boss of Super Valis 4, which we've done, I don't want to talk about how many times now. But hopefully you all were having a good time. I am going to keep this paused till we're done with that, because this does take quite an amount of focus to get through. But hopefully, like I said, you're all doing well. Whew. This is actually a good time to take a drink for a second, too. I appreciate y'all coming in. For those unfamiliar, what we're doing today is trying to get through as many games as possible. Optional boss in what? There are definitely plenty of games with some absolutely rude optional bosses. Oh, you're still going through Control. Okay. Glad you're still having a good time with Control. Oh, he's doing this pattern at the worst time. One bad read, and you'll notice his health bar went back up a lot, because that's how he works. He steals a lot of health. Yeah, that's fair. But hey, at least you're getting far along. Oh. Nope, bad angle. And now this jerk is gonna be a pain in my ass, because sometimes my jump doesn't jump. Now out comes the ice again. I'm doing great other than this boss pissing me off a bit, but, you know, that's to be expected trying to get through these old things sometimes. Especially in notably difficult series like Valis, so it is what it is. mean, like, while I'm getting frustrated, I'm nowhere near as frustrated as I could be. I have plenty of room yet left to get angry before I'm actually angry. But I am very tired of this man's nonsense. Just gotta remember, I do still have my heals, so we have some room left. Just gotta be careful he doesn't take that heal and use it for his own selfish gains. Oh, you fuck. Oh yeah, swearing warning for everyone, by the way, because there's gonna be a lot of it with the way this is going. More so than normal for me. Nope, that's fine, I'll take a hit from that. That's okay. Wow, he's going really fast and just spamming that now, huh? Okay. I guess that's a thing you can do. At least he's doing that one and not the other one that I will not name out loud. Yep, that's why I didn't want to name it. Because I was pretty sure he was gonna do it. Just thinking about it was enough to summon that one into existence. Because it really seemed pattern-wise like he'd forgotten that he could do that. You're so close. Heal up so he can't kill me. Die! Alright! Good news, everyone. The raid was perfectly timed for helping me win this fight. Defeat at last. The death of the King of Evil Spirits world has silenced the reddish moon, and in its place 2 new moons are born. This starts the turbulent destiny of the new Valis warrior Lena, who will eventually become a legend of the land. But that is a story for another time. Alright, that's 2 games today and our 36th game for the year, and I think that's 7th for the month? Because I think Fire Striker that we did earlier today was the 6th one for this month? Either way, a lot. We've been busy this year, for sure. Oh, and this game was a lot to get through. Could I have beaten that final string without save states? Yes. Would it have taken probably 3 or 4 more hours than this? Also yes. It took us like 4 hours to beat this game when it is supposed to be a 2-hour game. Because it was just so brutal at times. And of course, it also took us a bit longer to beat Fire Striker than it was supposed to as well. That was supposed to be an hour and a half, and it took us like two or 2.5, something in there. Ooh. No, hey, we made it back to the goddess. The original Valis warrior. Ooh. Since y'all just got here, I'll go ahead and start another game. I'm not going to try to finish it. We're just going to play for a bit, just so you guys get something out of this for a little while. But ooh, am I a bit whooped. So we're not going to go for long. So I'll show off something I've tried to beat in the past that is kind of jank. To be fair, I've been dedicating like a day a week to trying to get through multiple shorter games, so I am admittedly padding my count a bit. That is worth keeping in mind. I'll let the plot scroll a bit while I get this fixed. That happens. I have done that more times than I'd like to think about. Behold, blonde man standing over the city. Yeah, this is Excalibur 2097, a game I've tried to beat in the past, and let me tell you, I don't think we'd beat it today even if I tried very hard to beat it. This game isn't terrible, but it's not good. Okay, that's enough about that. We don't need to worry about that right now. Don't mind me turning up the lives and the continues as much as I can. Everything is fine. So this game starts off kind of like standard platformy here, but there's a twist to it that we'll get to when we get to the boss. Oh yeah, get used to that knockback happening as well, because boy does this game have some knockback. We have our regular slashes, we've got a stab, we have a block, and we have a ranged attack. Notice how long he spends standing there after that ranged attack. I cannot interrupt that. I cannot move, I cannot do anything while he's posing after throwing that sword wave. So don't be surprised if I never use that sword wave, because it is a death trap to use, unless you can stun lock your opponent with it. And take note of the fact that that stab didn't even kill that guy. It doesn't actually do much more damage than the regular attack. Yeah, by all means, take care of yourself, Vera. I appreciate the raid once again. Sorry, I did not get the whole line of thought out properly originally. I was a little out of sorts at that point. Enjoy your dinner. So now, the block is useful-ish against these, but you'll notice how far back we get pushed. So, you are better off dodging than blocking. But if you don't have another alternative, the block is actually useful. The burger heals more than the soda, but both heal. And that timer is important. Now we have our first, more significant encounter. Man in suit that walks at you slowly. Except he's actually a mutant monster. So this is one of the funnier things about this game, in that you can just kind of stun lock most things like that, and he just melts himself now. And that's also how you get out of here, because he had to melt the floor for you to be able to leave. Anything over here? Nope. Oh yeah, even though the sword looks like it blocks your knees, by the way, it doesn't. Don't let that fool you. All those green globs also hurt you. Remember, I never said this was a good game. This is why we're not actually trying to beat this one. I'm just showing you guys the nightmare that is Excalibur 2097 as a way to round off the day. Is we are going to get stonewalled here in a minute. And I didn't even mean by that guy, though apparently he's doing a great job. No, because we're about to get to the other part of this game, and that's where the issue is going to arise, as we meet Tattoo, who has a rose tattoo that he's very protective of, and a very big sword. Now we go into the other genre the game has, is this more or less turns into a fighting game. You don't get any new inputs or anything, but it functions as one, sort of. And now get used to him spamming his swing like that, because that's his main shtick. He's just gonna keep swinging, and if you walk into it, that's your fault. Now, we get stonewalled by this by virtue of the fact that all he does is guard and do that for the most part. So you need to get him into an opening where you can hit him. But he outranges you, so good luck getting an opening to hit him without just getting hit. Now, he does have another move, which I'm trying to bait him into using right now. But he doesn't seem particularly interested in using moves. He just wants to chop today. Oh, my slow-flying sword beam that he just jumps over, because why wouldn't he jump over that? It's so fucking slow. And we're dead. Now you just get put back in here every time until you win. Now you'll notice where your opening is. You actually wait till he just starts getting a little distracted and starts walking the other way. That's usually your best opening to hit him. At least that's been my experience. And I have won this fight before, once upon a time. It took a lot to win this fight, but I have won this fight once upon a time. Because this was one of those games, when I was still getting more into emulation, that I very stubbornly tried to figure out. And there's his other move. That rose tattoo is more than just a tattoo. He also can shoot a string of thorns out of his chest for some reason. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Just a thing he does. Let him out of the corner so he actually has a chance to turn around. You gonna do something? There we go. You'll also notice you can hit him right as he begins to swing. Like, right at the beginning, but there's very little time for that. I believe you win if you have more health when the time runs out. I think that might actually be how I won that. Also notice he can cancel his shot attack there, which we can't do. And if our sword wave was less garbage, you could absolutely exploit the hell out of this game with it. But it is so bad that all you're doing is exploiting yourself if you use it. Oh right, I forgot, you do have that vertical swipe you can do as well. If you do the thrust attack in the air. Like, the saving grace this game has is your regular sword attack is pretty fast, and it is actually pretty good reach, all things considered. Yep. He was just gonna chase me down and slap me. I kind of expected that. Okay, I can break through that sometimes. Oh wait, is this how I figured out how to do that? That might be the trick I remember learning now that I'm doing that. There's like a specific window within his swing that you can hit him with the vertical attack, as you saw me do a couple times there now. But he also can counter it, so you don't really have a guaranteed win strategy here. And you have a committed jump arc in case people are like, why do you keep continuing on into him? I don't have a choice. This is not a good game. I was not kidding about that. And now I can't get the timing back. Oh, wait, hang on. Concept? But he keeps countering with the goddamn Rose Thorn. We're getting more damage done, though. Just, not that much more. Ow. There we go. There we go. Starting to get somewhere, and every time I say that, it backfires immediately, as is tradition. Ow. Rude. So what my plan was is I was going to hit him a few times and then try to timer scam him, but since he started countering again, it's not going to work. Oh yeah, you can't even duck that, by the way. And that's game over. Wasn't that a wonderful game? Two-player duel, by the way, is literally just two players go into the fighting mode. Apparently start backed me out of that. Oh yeah, press start to exit, yeah. So I don't have a second controller plugged in anyway, so we can't actually do anything with that. But that, I believe, is all of the bosses in the game as your other characters there. I'm curious to see how the demo does. Let's actually watch the demo for a moment here and see if the demo knows something I don't. Based on it just kind of posing with the sword there and then walking into an enemy, very worryingly, I appear to actually know more than the demo does, which is not out of the ordinary. Activision. Actually, no, there's one more thing I'll show off, but I'm not going to play it for very long either because, like I said, we are basically done for the day. There's something really cool in the hacking community as far as ROM hacks go that came out recently. And it is X-Fusion. It is a new version of Metroid Fusion patched over Super Metroid. Now, it plays differently than Fusion does, and the layout is different than Fusion's is. Which is why I'm not going to sit here and go on for very long, but I want you guys to know that this exists. Because it's really cool, but I don't know if I'm going to do a full playthrough of it, because I have some disagreements with some of the layout of this version. Because at first I thought they just recreated Fusion in here, but they didn't actually. They actually moved everything around. Gone is that central hub from Fusion where you actually can access all the sectors and it makes sense. They're scattered all over the fucking place now, which is one thing I don't entirely agree with. Like, I don't know if you can actually get to the hub if you get to the main deck. I actually could not get to the main deck, which is going to be the other thing that I was going to point out about this. Because one of the first places it seems like it wants you to go is actually a real pain in the ass to get to. Also, look how fast you run. You run, like, ridiculous fast, and I don't really agree with that either. And one other difference between Fusion and this is you don't have the ledge grab. Like, I don't know if you get it later or you just straight up don't have it. But I really enjoy the ledge grab in Fusion, because it makes situations like that right there less of a, oh, I have to go all the way back around pointlessly, and more of a, I could actually just get back up. Oh yeah, I went down there and died because there's no real pathing down there. And I believe over here is something we might want. This is also, like, fairly hard as well, I might add. Like, apparently this has been patched to be a bit more reasonable compared to the original versions of the hack. This is 1.2, for context. I first learned about this when it hit 1.0, but I waited a little bit because there was a lot of people giving the hack a hard time because it was apparently, like, super brutal. So it wasn't going to be very interesting to me. Yeah, there's a data room over there that I didn't grab. So let's go over here. Because I grabbed this and then I went down that hole I showed you and I died. Because this is where you get your Morph Ball bombs. Because, like, item progression, it mostly makes sense so far. You got your Morph Ball, then you got your Morph Ball bombs. I believe you started with missiles, which was mildly surprising. The entire plot line is also a little bit different. I'm not going to really go into that because you already missed the plot there, so it wouldn't really make any sense. Just understand that it confused me as someone who had played through all of Fusion. Some of the order of operation and the order of events happening. But yeah, this bit right here is the thing that annoyed me. Is as far as I could tell, and especially since I got Morph Ball bombs afterwards by going over to that data room, the first thing they expect you to do is do a mid-air Morph Ball and get in here. Which kind of sets the tone in my mind for the rest of this hack, in that it's going to ask for you to do things that the games wouldn't ordinarily ask of you, which is not uncommon for ROM hacks to do. But if you're trying to make a recreation of something, I feel like maybe that's not what you want. Because it ends up presenting itself incorrectly in my mind. Like, oh, if they're recreating this within another engine, that means it should be fairly similar to the original. But I would say it's its own thing, just using the concepts from that game. Which, it being its own thing is not a bad thing. I want to be clear about that. It's not a bad thing that it's its own entity, but I feel like the way it was presented is better if it was rephrased. Also, can't get to the main deck because you gotta be able to get up there, and can't do that. Now you might be thinking, well, why don't you go back where you were, where that pink area up there is? You can't. The jumps up there are impossible even with wall jumping to get through. So my only move that I can think of is to go down where I died before. But I'll show you why that doesn't seem like a great idea either. Which, I don't mind this having some fairly freeform seeming pathing. Also, this is why this pissed me off, by the way, because half the time it just doesn't want to let the morph ball in there for some reason. Just way more inconsistent than it needs to be. Like, I understand that they wanted to force you to have morph ball before you went in there. That part I'm fine with. It just doesn't come off great when one of the first things you have the player do is do a mid-air morph ball. Yeah, we go down here, and you'll realize there's a pretty big problem down here. Almost everything down here is lava, and we have no resistance against lava. But the only item down here is just missiles. So you might think, oh, maybe you're just meant to jump over here, take like a touch of lava damage, and go this way. You can't kill this one. You can't kill this, so you can't go that way. You also need grapple beam to go that way. So... Like, I don't really know what they're wanting from me here. Like, I'm not asking them to hold my hand, but it feels weird having the first, like, 15 minutes just dump you in over your head immediately. We're gonna die again, by the way, because the lava also cooks you way faster than it normally does. I don't know if you've noticed that, because maybe not everybody is as familiar. Oh, I didn't actually let this play out before. What's the join the X option do? Oh, it gave us a different title screen. Interesting. Hang on. Yeah, because instead of a Metroid symbol, there's an X symbol there now. Hold on, hold on. Does this actually do anything? Or was that just like a neat Easter egg? Actually, I think I might have realized something I went awry with. No. Unless this does something when I destroy it. No, there's just X parasites that come out of that. And this is just lava, so there's not really anything I can do here. It looked for a second like I might be able to do something here, but I misread the signals. Now, part of this is obviously, like I mentioned before, my brain is kind of fried from everything we did before this. But I genuinely don't know what they're asking me to do at this point. But I'll walk y'all through the remaining options so you see why I say that. We're gonna have to quickly climb back up, so it's gonna take a second. This way you guys get a sample of what this is without it being spoiled to hell and gone for you. Because I do think it is worth people playing if they are really into Metroid games. I just worry that they may have set the bar of entry for this a little high. So I'm wondering if it's a stupid situation where I actually have to go back to the console, and that's what they want me to do. Or if, there might just be a morph ball path I forgot about somewhere. That'll lead back to where I want to go. Oh yeah, this is another one of the ones that bugged me a bit. They kept these things that you would ordinarily be ledge grabbing on to get up places, but they have them there to... Why does this path exist? Eh? Oh? It seems like it's tall enough for me to stand in here. I also... Oh, wait, no, there we go. Oh, that's a one-way path. Okay, right, that's how we got here. Right, I remember now. There's that tube over here. I don't remember if I came down through that to begin with or not. Yeah, that's how I got out of the boss room. That deposited me. Is we were told by the computer to go to main deck as best you can and go report back. But that clearly isn't working. Yeah, see, head to main deck and report there. Don't forget to use your map. But like, oh, actually, maybe there's something I can bomb through over here or something. Because I didn't have bombs when I was over here before. No, it's not that. That's fascinating that I was able to throw myself around outside of Morph Ball with my bombs. Is there just like a leap of faith past the guy on the right down there? That wouldn't make any sense either. Like, the idea is you're supposed to get back to main deck. We know that, but let me show you why I said that those paths were not doable. And maybe I'm just barking up the wrong tree by saying that. Though the pathing in here is also just kind of a pain in the ass. Like, not egregiously so, but it's just slightly annoying. It's like, I showed you guys where the missile was over there on the left already, where you can't reach. Did they expect me to, like, mid-air bomb my way in here? That's why. Okay, never mind, it makes sense now. I just don't have the mindset for doing all these weird mid-air things with the Morph Ball. That's why this didn't make any fucking sense. Okay, never mind, the sticking point's gone. Just, I still disagree with them lifting all of these Morph Ball paths off the ground for reasons. I feel like that doesn't necessarily make it more difficult, it just makes it weird. And kind of annoying. But now that we're back on main deck, things could actually happen. So let's see if we actually find anything interesting in the next couple minutes here or not. Yeah, see, even now, there's no main hub. His Tropics over there and Aqua's down there. So they made it all interconnected, which is fine. But I feel like for a station like this, it made more sense to have that centralized hub. This is supposed to be a research station. So having everything just kind of higgledy-piggledy around here just Seems like they're bad at organizing. It does fit a Metroid game arguably better. I'm not disagreeing with it on that stance. I just feel like it changes the face of the game in a way that's a little too different for my taste. Yeah, that is another jump and bomb. Okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to be going this way, but I'm going this way. Because I can. Okay, they kept the bugs. So that's fun. I presume they trigger the same way they did normally, at least somewhat. By you doing something over in Trop. Okay, those guys are missile-proof and beam-proof. They might be bombable, but I don't care enough. They did keep the original sound, at least, quite nicely, and they actually made it a bit clearer than the Game Boy Advance did, so I'll give them credit there. And I do think this is a good hack. Don't take me wrong about the nitpicks and aggravations that I'm pointing out. I do think this is a good hack. I just don't know if it's good for me. Let's poke around and see how more of the stuff has changed. And I may give this, like, a full try at some point. Oh, we're just going straight into water in here. Oh, boy. Oh, we're not going in there, then. Leaving. We are supposed to report back, of course, but I'm just poking around and fiddling with things. There's power bombs there, but I presume I can't get into them. Yeah, that needs speed booster, which makes sense. And I think that's what's fucking with me the most, is so much of this is the same, but it's just different enough that it's tripping my brain out. And that might be where my I don't like this reaction's coming from. Is because it feels wrong. It's not necessarily a bad, but it just doesn't feel right. And I may be in the minority where I actually preferred Fusion's physics to Super's. So it being in Super Metroid's engine actually is a downside for me. Because I always felt like you fell a little too fast in Super compared to Fusion. Which again, everybody that's super used to how Super controls probably would have no issue there, but I started with Fusion, so that might be where some of my biases form from. So don't take any of that with a 100% guarantee. Assume I can break through here too. Yeah, but you need power bombs. Okay. This thing, this early? Are you fucking kidding me? Welcome to one of the least liked bosses in Fusion. Yakuza. And it'll one-shot me right now, huh? And they thought that was a good idea. Also, I think the XXXXX thing's kind of dumb. I think it would be better just for it to be like dots instead of XXXXXXXXXXX. I don't think the X-Parasites have ever been shown to speak in any way, so it's fine that they don't say anything, but it just seems weird to just be spamming X over and over again. What over here? Is there something I can do over here? Didn't mean to fall all the way down here, but I guess I'm here now. Power bombs. It is screwing with me so badly that we move so fast. Oh, we technically could go to the reactor. No, we can't. It looked like we could go to the reactor because I didn't see the floor there. Oh, no, hang on, we can go through. Now we're on the other side of the thing we were looking at a minute ago. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna block passage. completely. So I'm pretty sure we need to go down there to go any further in this bit here. There we go. Now, ordinarily, your ship would be over here. In the landing bay. Right now, we can't even go that way to check, so never mind. And we did land on this station. As opposed to the initial start of Fusion, which has you actually crashing into an asteroid belt because Samus loses consciousness out upon being infested with the X. Other than getting rinsed by Yakuza, I don't really know where they expect me to go. I guess you are expected to go where he is and avoid him, question mark? Because if he one-shots you, I really don't think they are intending you to fight him. So maybe he's being treated like the SAX normally is, and you're supposed to just run from him? Meanwhile, alternative routes can be found using the power of wall jumping. And I will say, the wall jumping in this isn't bad, but I do still prefer Fusion's wall jumping, yet again, because it's what I'm used to. And the wall grabbing would have solved this fucking getting stuck problem we're having here. And I can't kill this stupid thing, so it's just gonna slowly kill me. It also just, like, doesn't move. It just wants to wait for 3 years, and that's the speed getting me killed. But that shows you guys what this hack's about, and enough that y'all understand what you're getting into. Maybe I'll look at it again with a fresher brain. Maybe I'll toy with it a bit more in my off time to decide more how I feel about it. But as it stands, I don't think I'll play through it on stream. But maybe I'll dabble with it in my own time. My throat is also getting real mad at me now, because we've been going for so long. So, we definitely need to stop. Let me just find us somewhere to go. There's a mild temptation to end without raiding today because I am so whooped. Rather not, if I could help it. I do have a lot of people on, just... It is gonna take a hot minute to make a decision here. I feel like it's not showing me my whole list. I really do feel like some people are missing on this list because I see somebody in my stream together list that isn't in my following list over here. But I do have too many people on this list, so that part of that makes sense. No, I think because I went over for today and the fact that I am... Well, no, Got a raid not that long ago. You should make sure they go somewhere so that they don't end up having a whole thing. Have plenty of options. Don't just talk yourself out of raiding, you silly man. Give it a quick refresh and see if I can get some other options. Part of the problem is a lot of the people that are on right now are gonna be a lot to take in. Like, they have very big audiences that are in right now. And that's, you know, kind of intimidating. I know that may sound odd, but that's just the truth. Okay, I got a slightly different lineup here. Let me see where they're at, and then I'll figure out if we're doing that or not. They just got other raids, so they're gonna dealing with that. What are you doing? Yes, thanks Twitch. Thanks for... Yeah, you know what? They're celebrating a milestone. We'll go see one of our friends. So they've been going for a while too, so they may not be going for long. But we'll do it anyway. We'll hop over to Nixie Royd, who's doing Fate Trigger, which I don't even know what that is. Which is a rare thing for me to not know what something is. We'll go find out. That timer started. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here today. I know I got a little heated here and there with the way some of those boss designs were, but we got through it. That's the important part. Tomorrow is Sunday, so I will not be back, and then Monday and Tuesday we'll probably be doing Lurkit stuff, like I said. Thursday will be a Headliners collab, and then Friday I'm not sure about still. I need to double check when Mel said she was going to be back, but I'm pretty sure this is another week where there is no abiotic, so I'll have to figure something else out. And then Saturday we do more stuff like this that we did today. So it'll probably be a single game because I alternate. But enough about that. Have a good night, everybody. Be good to Nixie. She's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night.